Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the Medical Board of California's quarterly board meeting. Pursuant to the provisions of SB 189, this meeting is being conducted via WebEx. Public comments will be heard for each agenda item for individuals wishing to do so. In order to be ready for public comment, we ask that you please ensure your comments can be heard clearly by being connected to the audio of this meeting through the proper method. If you're having difficulty hearing the audio of this meeting, it could be because the device you're connecting with has bandwidth limitations. If you do have difficulty hearing the audio of this meeting using your device, please click the ellipsis button at the bottom of the WebEx application or the audio and video menu item at the top of the WebEx application and then select Switch Audio. You will see an option to call in and will be provided with a telephone number, access code, and attendee ID that can be used to connect to the meeting audio via phone. Using the information provided, it will automatically disconnect your device's audio and connect your phone to the name you joined the meeting with. By using this method, if you are having audio problems with your device, this will allow you to still participate and hear the audio of the board meeting. Please see the instructions on how to connect link on the last page of the meeting agenda for step-by-step WebEx instructions, including screenshots. Thank you, President Lawson. You can now start the meeting.
Thank you, Sean, and welcome to the August 22 quarterly board meeting of the Medical Board of California. It's nice to see you all virtually this morning. I wanted to ask and make sure during the course of this meeting that we all keep our WebEx on mute so that we avoid any interruptions. And since this meeting is being conducted by WebEx, before you speak on a matter, I would just ask that all board members and speakers announce themselves by name for clarity of the official record. As you know, all board members are able to unmute themselves to speak during the meeting, but please do place yourself back on mute so that there's not any background noise for all the participants. I will try to call on you, but if I don't see you and you want to make a comment, just please do take yourself off mute. Following all of this online meeting etiquette will ensure the best meeting quality for everyone. During each call for comments from board members and speakers, we will ensure that all comments can be accommodated before proceeding with the agenda. Government Code Section 11126.5 does allow a board like ours to remove people who willfully interrupt a meeting and to clear a room or virtual space if order cannot be restored by removing or muting the disruptive people. We do have a designated time on our agenda for public comment, and we'll ask for public comment on each agenda item. This is an official business meeting of the Medical Board of California, and as such, disruptions of the board's business will not be tolerated. As I mentioned, the board does welcome public comments on any item on the agenda, and it is the board's intent to ask for public comments prior to the board taking action on any agenda item. During each agenda item, the host moderating this WebEx event will activate the hand raising and Q&A features of WebEx, and will ask anyone wishing to make a comment to indicate so by raising their hand or entering yes in the Q&A window. The host will then call upon individuals who indicated they wish to make public comments by name. When called upon, the host will unmute the microphone of the individual, and they will have 3 minutes to make their public comment. The host will audibly announce when 15 seconds remain to conclude the public comment, and after 3 minutes have lapsed, the individual will be placed back on mute. Only one public comment per agenda item is allowed per attendee. Please do see page 4 of the agenda for WebEx instructions on how to connect from the link on the agenda and additional important instructions. During agenda item 2, which is public comments on items not on our agenda, the board has limited the total public comment period to 40 minutes. Therefore, after 40 minutes have elapsed, no further comments will be accepted. During public comment on any other agenda item, 20 minutes will be allowed for the comment period. And after 20 minutes, no further comments will be accepted. Again, each person will be limited to 3 minutes per agenda items. The board's IT staff will assist me with receiving the public comments via WebEx during this meeting. I would like to remind all speakers to please stay on topic and keep your comments to the allotted time frame. Just in terms of logistics for today's meeting, because it is scheduled from approximately 9 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. I'm not sure if it will take that entire time, but I do plan to take a mid-morning break as well as approximately a 30-minute break sometime around the lunch hour, and then again about a 10 or 15-minute break mid-afternoon for the board. So that's just how we will roll in terms of logistics. Today's meeting will be run according to the Open Meeting Act as required by law. And as I mentioned, we will plan to end by 6:30. At this point, I would like to formally call our meeting to order and ask that board members please unmute their computers for roll call. Ms. Moriarty, please call the roll.
Dr. Bolott,
Here.
Mr. Brooks,
Present.
Dr. Hawkins,
Here.
Dr. Hilzer,
Here.
Ms. Jong,
Present.
Ms. Lubiano,
Here.
Dr. Mahmood, Mr. Rue, Dr. Thorpe,
Here.
Dr. Tsai,
Here.
Mr. Watkins,
Present.
Ms. Lawson.
Here. Thank you. A quorum is present, and board members, please mute your computers again. I would like to remind all members that we will be taking a roll call vote on all action items as is required. We will now move on to agenda item 2, public comments on items not on our agenda. And before I ask for public comments, I would ask the individuals making public comments this morning to please not discuss pending complaints, pending license applications, or pending disciplinary actions that may come before the board for a decision. Such discussions would be considered ex parte communications, as they could provide information to the members that is outside the record in violation of the Administrative Procedure Act. Therefore, such discussions could create a conflict and lead to a board decision being challenged in Superior Court. The board can receive public comments on items regarding the board's processes in general, but like I mentioned, it cannot receive comments on specific case circumstances where a decision is still pending. In addition, the board requests the public to address the board as a whole and not to address individual members individually. Please do be aware that public comment during this agenda item should provide information to the board members and is unfortunately not a discussion between the board members and the public. The only action that board members can take this morning is to listen to comments and decide whether they'd like a future agenda item on the topic. No other action can be taken at this meeting. Though this may seem at times like board members are not being responsive, following these guidelines is critical to ensure the rules of the Open Meeting Act are followed and to avoid compromising the speaker's goals or the board's mission. If you'd like to comment on an agenda item, please do wait until we get to that agenda item. Comments at this time are only for items that are not on the board's agenda this morning. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. Sean, if you could please open it up for public comments. Thanks.
Thank you, President Lawson. The Q&A window and the raising hand features have been activated in the WebEx application there. When I do call on you by name, we'll be sending you a request that you have to click on and accept on your computer or your device in order to open your mic up on your end as well. So please be nearby your device when we call on you so we can get everybody in turn to speak. I'll give everybody a verbal audio prompt at 30 seconds remaining of their 3 minutes so that they can conclude. First up here, we have Susan Lauren. Susan, you should be receiving that request on your end.
Okay, good
Susan.
morning. Can you hear me?
We can, yeah, please go ahead.
All right, thank you. When a police officer kills an innocent Black man on the street, society recognizes this as a moral atrocity. When a surgeon assaults and disables a woman in a California ambulatory center, the medical board covers up the crime and employs DARVO. DARVO stands for Deny and Reverse Victim and Offender. We must look back and acknowledge the corruption and valid cases denied by the board in order to move forward. Those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. California has a long history of moral failures dating back to the eugenics movement. In 1921, 80% of eugenic sterilizations nationwide were done here. Eugenic sterilizations were recently used on women in California prisons. And to my understanding, these doctors have not lost their licenses. California was also top in non-evidence-based sanatoriums that destroyed lives. Your doctors kill and harm women in childbirth with liposuction, breast surgeries, and more. Then your board denies the harm, and so the pattern continues. Directing medical malpractice survivors to go to legislators is a way of sending them in circles. Legislators get contributions from lobbyists, pharmaceutical companies, insurance, and doctors. They rarely put themselves out on the limb. CMA members and public members who are friends with politicians responsible for MICRA create a conflict of interest on this board. Looking back, we can see in 1951, Senator Humphrey co-sponsored an amendment to the FDA that greatly expanded the list of drugs that only could be obtained with a doctor's prescription. At that point, drug companies began showering doctors and their organizations with marketing dollars. That money changed the AMA almost overnight. The AMA dropped its critical stance toward the industry. This history of tolerance and normalization of moral failures has led us to this point. Where are we this point? The medical board uses Dr. Terry Dubrow, who was banned by the Military Health Agency from 2018 to 2028 and lied in my assault trial, as an expert. Solberger's heinous assault on me is well known by this board and some of the activists. A plethora of board-certified plastic surgeons and other doctors in California
30 seconds remain.
sell scams and batter consumers. Their actions constitute extreme departure to standard of care and set another low bar of cruel and unethical atrocities. AB 2098, Section 2270 states that misinformation is false information contradicted by contemporary scientific consensus. This describes what doctors are doing regarding liposuction, because removing subcutaneous fat causes an increase in disease-producing visceral fat.
Please
This
conclude.
is harmful to the organism. Okay, one sentence. As usual, I request Title 16 of the CCR, the California Liposuction Code, to be changed. It is non-evidence-based, harmful, and deadly, and this modern-day moral failure is destructive.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Dr. Hannah Ree. You should be receiving that prompt on your end.
Medical board members. So this is Dr. Ree, still present, still attending, and still revoked with a ongoing, still the plaintiff in a federal civil rights lawsuit against yourselves. And so having attended these meetings now for the past few years, I want to emphasize again the importance of patient care and the responsibility that you have in taking care of patients as well as rehabilitating the physicians, and to allow them to maintain the patient-doctor relationship, to help heal that relationship, in the words of Mr. Pasifka. And so to that end, I would like to again present to you that we are working on legislation to allow an off-ramp into the process of disciplining the physician, and that would be mediation, an opportunity for the physician and his representatives as well as the patient to sit down and discuss what had happened, an opportunity to apologize, an opportunity to talk about and acknowledge the feelings, the emotions, the trauma that the patient has gone through. As we know, the DA's office has no obligation to ever contact the patient or their loved ones when a report is when a case is opened with the medical board. So we are looking to problem solve the issues. They're ongoing. Raising the physician's renewal fees is not the solution. It's not a reasonable solution. I see Dr. Bolot is
30
back here
seconds
with
remain.
us. Nice to see her here. And so we are here, we're present, and Black patients still matter. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up here, we have Christina Hildebrand. Christina, you should be receiving that prompt on your end. Say something again, Christina. Your line's
Can you
open.
hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Christina Hildebrand, a Voice for Choice Advocacy. Our organization educates and advocates for informed choice and transparency of what goes into your body, be it food, air, water, whatever it is. I've been attending these medical board meetings, pretty much every one, for the last 7 years, and it seems that there are always the same people that show up, which is
Christina,
nice to.
Christina, I don't know if you're
Hello?
walking away from. I don't know if you're walking away from your Wi-Fi or whatnot, but you started breaking
Nope.
up there.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's clear again now. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. So anyway, Christina Hildebrand, a Voice for Choice Advocacy. I wanted to thank you, the board, for actually bringing up standard of care last board meeting. I was very happy to hear a discussion on standard of care, and that some of the doctors on the panel and on the board were really feeling that standard of care may be something that the board should not just stick to, because it prevents doctors from going above and beyond standard of care and trying new and different techniques or methodologies or prescriptions, those types of things. I would love for you to continue that. I've been asking that for the past 7 years, that the board really look at what is standard of care, because standard of care comes into practice about 17 years after something gets a research or whatever gets put into an article. It gets to the doctor's office and becomes standard of care. That's too long, and we can't be using standard of care. I brought standard of care up 7 years ago when SB 277 passed. That was the law that removed vaccine. It's probably 2016. It was probably the year after. It was the law that removed the personal belief exemption and only allowed medical exemptions for vaccines for schools. I want to say congratulations to you, because I believe you have either disciplined or accused every single doctor that ever wrote a medical exemption for a child. And you have not gone by what the law said at that point. You went by standard of care. The law said that family history, and it gave much broader evaluation of when medical exemptions could be given. But instead, the medical board stuck to standard of care, which is a very different thing from the way the law was actually written. And those doctors have all been witch hunted. I want to bring back to how doctors are disciplined, or how they're accused and claims are
30
fired.
seconds remaining.
Those doctors, all of those doctors have been witch hunted. They have been singled out. They have been looked for and identified and brought before the medical board. And not one single patient that they that had a medical exemption or that were their patients were allowed to have any say in them being disciplined. And I think I come back to what the previous caller said as well. There has to be a way for a patient to have a say in their medical board hearing, in when doctors are
Please
being
conclude.
disciplined, either for positive or for negative. Thank you, and I appreciate you considering this.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next here we have Kristen Ogden. Kristen, you should be receiving that request on your end.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Kristen Ogden, and I speak today on behalf of Families for Intractable Pain Relief. Most of our members are former patients of Dr. Forrest Tennant or family members of those patients. For those of you who may not know, Dr. Tennant was the lead author of California's Pain Patients Bill of Rights that was enacted into law in the late 1990s and remains in effect today. The members of our group share many challenges in common, not the least of which is the experience of stigma that surrounds the use of opioid pain medications to manage constant, severe, intractable pain. There are many driving forces that perpetuate this stigma against patients who use opioid pain medications, including the often subtle but ever-present "opioids are bad" tone that pervades written and spoken communications addressing the use of these medications. This negative tone didn't start with this 2016 CDC guidelines, but they certainly brought it out into the public discourse around pain care. I believe another big driver of this stigma is a basic human tendency to often doubt, distrust, or simply disbelieve what we don't understand. Unfortunately, it seems as if stigma is generally invisible to people who aren't the target of it. I've often said that despite our efforts to be transparent, to openly share my husband's medical history and medication needs, it seems as if he is invisible, as if he isn't real. I think many members of our group have been made to feel invisible over the past few years, as if they don't matter or don't exist at all. As your task force completes the pending update of California's prescribing guideline and brings it to you for approval, I ask this: please suspend your disbelief. Please consider with open minds these patients who have only been helped by a treatment regimen that includes high doses of opioid pain medications. They are very real, and they deserve the respectful and compassionate care that any of us would seek. We were very pleased to see that the Pain Patients Bill of Rights and the Intractable Pain Treatment Act were acknowledged in the draft update of the prescribing guideline. We sincerely hope that the final version of the updated guideline will enable medical management of the severe, constant, intractable pain patients we represent, and that they will again be able to receive medical care that reflects the spirit and intent of the Pain Patients Bill of Rights. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you for your public comment. And up next here we have Rosie Arthur's daughter. Rosie, you should be receiving that request on your end.
Me?
Yes, Rosie, the line's now open. Go ahead.
Hi. Well, thank you very much. I'd like to say ditto, 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 ditto. Like one of the previous speakers, I've been appearing before the board for more than 7 years, and I have brought forth issues that were ignored, only to find that in the end, what I said was right. Part of that was regarding intractable pain, etc., and how in 2015 I appeared at a meeting and I said people are going to die because of this, and now we know indeed people are dying because of intractable pain not being treated. And the 2016 CDC guidelines are not and never were the standard of care. And yet people representing the board, in the case of expert witnesses and such, have, as it turns out, gone beyond their scope of practice and their scope as an expert, and taken cases that never went anywhere within our board because the person was following the law, to take it through a back door to the DEA, and now the chickens are going to come home to roost. Because I just reviewed a case that's over 100 and so pages, and everything that the person did followed the law, followed the standard of care here in California. But because of we're under the Fry Code as far as Evans Code, they're under Dubert, and they allow people who aren't in a specific qualification to be qualified. So an unqualified doctor for pain management in California made all sorts of wild and inaccurate representations as to what the standard of care was here, and caused basically a landmark decision like a SAR chamber. So you're going to be finding these cases are going to be coming up now more and more and more, and saying that our standard of care was one thing when in fact it was something else, or that somebody was wildly prescribing opioids when they were a specialist in pain management, and the prescriptions, while the number may look
30
large,
seconds remain.
is very typical. So you're going to have to look at your enforcement actions, where they have led, and especially ones where they used Business and Professional Code 725A and didn't look at C and D, where those chickens are going now. Then there's other issues I'll bring up later, but I was really appalled when I saw what happened.
Please conclude.
Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next here we have Marion Hollingsworth. Marion, let me send you that request.
Hello?
Marion? We can hear you, Marion. Go ahead.
Okay, great, thank you. Good morning, my name is Marian Hollingsworth and I'm a patient safety advocate. I'm going to make a suggestion I think will help the medical board deal with transparency and communication with the public. I'm proposing an advisory committee composed of advocates and other consumers who have been through the medical board complaint system. The California Department of Public Health has an advisory committee that gives guidance on healthcare-acquired infections such as MRSA and C. diff. I know about this committee because I just finished serving a 4.5-year tenure as a public member. What we did was come up with practical suggestions to help the CDPH deal with infections, inform the public of infection rates at California hospitals, and suggest ways of improving infection rates. DPH would then glean what suggestions it felt were the most feasible and implement them if possible. Today, I'm suggesting an advisory committee for the medical board to help deal with the public relations issues the board has, particularly when it comes to complaint issues. The board has promised some kind of complainant liaison unit before, but that is still on the drawing board. I know you have an agenda item on this very issue for this meeting, but did any of you think of contacting any of us advocates for input? You bring in doctors as experts in how to proceed with an investigation, so why not bring in advocates or other complainants to help form and guide a liaison unit? For example, have you ever thought of having a survey complainants can take after going through the ordeal of a 3-year investigation? An advisory committee could even make smaller suggestions that would make it easier for consumers to file their complaints online, such as providing more space to describe the issue. If the CDPH can have an advisory committee, so can the medical board. A liaison unit will be even more successful if it knows how to communicate effectively with the people it's designed to help. Please consider this suggestion for an advisory committee. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next here we have Eric Andrews. Eric, should be receiving that prompt on your end. Eric, looks like your line's open.
Can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Welcome back, Dr. Bolat. You must be a glutton for punishment. First off, it's clear that you all keep using the terms consumer protection and disinformation as buzzwords to promote your agenda to make it look like you're doing your job, make it look like you're actually accomplishing something. Christina says in the first paragraph of the newsletter, quote, "And as we advance our goal of consumer protection," close quote, ha! Those of us that have been monitoring this board for years know that's all just propaganda, and we will continue to call you on it. You're now being sued for your abuse of the term disinformation when this board puts out disinformation all the time by leading the public to believe you're doing your job to protect us properly. I mean, think about it. This board has been in existence for over a century, and you're just now trying to advance your goal of consumer protection? Why in the world is it taking so long to actually do your job? Remember, under Kimberly Kirkmeyer's reign, she started the advocate meetings to promote dialogue between the advocates and the board. Your new executive director, the disgruntled Bill Prescribing, has now put the kibosh on those meetings because he was reprimanded for commandeering the meeting agendas and not letting advocates talk about things that they wanted to talk about. Maybe he was just mad that we didn't invite him out for drinks first, like the CMA does. An example of this is that you had meetings with the new enforcement monitor. Why weren't advocates invited, even if it was to observe and not participate? Shouldn't the monitor be aware of both sides of the board? Which brings up another question that has gone unanswered. I guess you didn't want to give out the information so as to make the board look even worse, but I'll ask again. When the board is sued by an outside entity, where does the money come from for legal costs to defend the board? I don't see a line item in the annual reports for such expenditures. Does the DCA pay for it, or does that come out of the money that the board needs to stay afloat? Since you won't answer questions, consider this a public record request. I'd like documentation showing how much was spent on lawsuits defending the board for the last 5 years and where that money comes from. Christina also says in the newsletter that we continue to work with stakeholders in the state legislature. I'm unaware of any initiatives to work with patient safety stakeholders. We see talk of meetings with the CMA all the time, but now our only avenue for a meeting has been abolished by Bill Prescribing. None of the board members ever call us to discuss anything. In fact, it appears that none of you followed up with veteran Curtis Thompson after he called in twice to say that no one appeared to be working on his complaint where a doctor abandoned him at a VA medical center. When I
30
finally
seconds
brought it
remaining.
up yet again at the last meeting, his complaint was not surprisingly closed by this board. A doctor abandoned him, and this board closed the complaint, ironically, after we called attention to the fact that they sat on it for 2 years, doing absolutely nothing. This is how you treat an armed services veteran, and this is evidence that you aren't really concerned about consumer protection. It's all just lip service. Along those same lines of not caring about the public, I see you've eliminated public comment at the beginning of tomorrow's meeting. It's my understanding that the Brown Act section 54954.3 requires a period of public comment at each meeting. It appears yet this is another way to silence the public at these meetings. It's interesting how this board has scorned so many people over the years, and now you all have to live with us.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next, we have Tracy. Tracy, you should be receiving that request on your end.
Hello? Oh.
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, I'm Tracy Dominguez, and I am from Bakersfield and a volunteer with Consumer Watchdog. I was angry to read Arthur Park's disciplinary posting on your recent newsletter that states that he surrendered his license. He was unable to satisfy the terms and conditions of the board-ordered probation. Well, that's news to me. When I had other members of the community report that Arthur Park was not following his patient notification requirements of his probation, your probation monitor told me that I needed to stop doing her job. She took no action. So we brought this issue to this board last year. Four of the board members asked staff to fix the issue and bring it to the future board meetings. Well, that never made it back to the board meetings. When the DAG, Vladimir Smolcevich, contacted me, he guaranteed me that the case against Arthur Park would go all the way to the ALJ hearings. He even subpoenaed me to appear as a witness. Well, that didn't happen. Vladimir contacted me a month before the hearing to tell me that he offered Park a settlement based on health and retirement reasons. After 25 years of widespread harm and death, this board agreed to give Arthur Park a pass and let him surrender based on health and retirement reasons. Now I have to read in your newsletter that it was based on probation violations that your board never acted on. Who writes these posts? How many times do you have to slap me in the face? Every mother in Bakersfield who lost their lives under Park's care. Just when I thought you couldn't fail my daughter again and my grandson anymore, this board, you just did. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next here, and I wanted to mention for the call-in users, I see a couple people called in only. If you're interested in making a public comment as a call-in only user, meaning that you've only dialed in, you're not connected via computer or other device, you can press *3 to raise your hand through the phone only. So again, *3, it'll put you in the queue, and then when I call on you, you'll press *6 in order to unmute yourself. But up next here, we have Anne Fuqua. Anne, you should be receiving that prompt on your end. Anne, looks like your line's open. Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Okay, great. My name is Ann Fuqua, and I am a member of Families for Intractable Pain Relief. First, I'd like to thank the board for the hard work and effort they have placed into the proposed prescribing guidelines. The process has been transparent, and I appreciate the fact you've acknowledged the need to provide guidance that will encourage physicians to treat patients with chronic pain. There is one thing that both Ms. Ogden and I believe is missing, and we fear that the patients with intractable pain, like her husband Lewis, myself, and so many others, will still struggle to get care because there is not enough of a carve out or just provisions that provide physicians the confidence that they need to treat patients like us without fear. Pain relief has become so difficult for patients like us to obtain, and the results have been absolutely dire. The private registry of deaths that I began back in 2014, when I realized no government agency or academic institution was tracking these deaths, now has 986 deaths reported. These include suicides, opioid refugee overdose deaths, but also what surprises me the most are the heart attacks and strokes that occur during periods of uncontrolled pain, tapering, withdrawal, poorly controlled pain that's not treated at all. We are a group of patients that require specialized care. Sadly, that care has become highly stigmatized and therefore very difficult to obtain. I thank you for the work you're doing. And that's all.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next here we have Virginia. Virginia, you should be receiving that prompt on your end.
First, I'd like to start off that my mother is in the ICU septic because of a medical error. She went to the doctor 3 times complaining of fever post-COVID, and they told her to get Tylenol, Motrin. When her blood pressure became low, they ignored that too. And now they can't control her blood pressure, which means she's in critical condition, which was preventable. So it's really frustrating. How many septic people have we had on here asking for change? How many people have lost their limbs because of being septic and not being heard? And I've been asking for prevention, and you guys can never put prevention on an agenda item. Why can't you look at prevention? What's the top 10 things that you guys see over and over and over again? Opiates, liposuction, sepsis, DUIs. Address those. So I don't have to live with this grief. Those with liposuction being harmed, like probably 20 people a day, wouldn't have to live with that grief if you dealt with it. What will it take for you guys prevention on an agenda item? Let's talk about prevention. I've been asking for like 3 years now. What will it take? And then there's emails sent out that those harms should be vehemently opposed to the board's decision. They should be. Anybody who sees what happened to Susan Lauren should be opposed to it. She went in there healthy one day. She walked out disabled. And you guys just treat her like crap. Like you don't believe, like we don't even know if you believe her. You don't give her the records to know what happened in her case. You blow it off. You won't acknowledge the past, so you can't fix the future. Whatever happened in her case is happening over and over and over and over and over and over again. But you guys won't look at it. Tell you one thing, false records is part of it. And how are you guys supposed to do anything if your records aren't straight? If your records aren't true? How are you supposed to function? You literally can't function. But you refuse to put correct co-authored records on an agenda. So it makes your job mute because you're looking at false records. So prevention, false records, trauma-informed care, and an ethical board that actually cares. And reentry people have more resources than us, so it's kind of tone deaf to put a re-entry person on the board when we have 0 resources, and those who are criminals have more resources than us. That's absolutely tone deaf. You need a medical malpractice lawyer on the board instead, or a patient safety expert.
Please conclude.
Thank you.
Thank you for your bill comment. This time, President Lawson, I don't see any additional requests in queue.
Okay, thank you, Sean, and thanks to all of you who took time to share your comments with us this morning.
I'm sorry, President Lawson, one came in right as I was saying that.
We'll go back.
I'm sorry. Joseph Kramer, you should be receiving that prompt on your end. If anyone else would like to make a public comment, please raise your hands now. Joseph, are you there?
Good morning.
Please go ahead, Joseph.
Yes, I want to thank the board for giving people a chance to speak this morning. It sounds like you have a long day ahead of you. I would just like you to ask you to keep in mind the patients that have been harmed by losing their medication and their treatment. For years, my primary doctor used to tell me, you know, they lead the way in California, and after all this stuff about this opioid crisis, patients have lost their care and been left with nothing. And I hope in the guidelines that you are creating or redoing, that you remember the patients that don't have cancer, but they have other illnesses like adhesive arachnoiditis, asbestosis. You know, California led the way in having to document about carcinogens in the products, and a lot of people didn't like that, especially businesses. But you guys were the leaders, so I'm asking you to please create a pathway for patients that need the help, okay? Because you know what, they're not seeking drugs, they're just trying to find some help. And you know, out of the most disturbing thing out of all this is not just the loss of their medication, is the other spiritual harm, the emotional harm, the mental harm that has been done to patients. You know, um, every doctor that I ever met that treated patients cared about their patients, about the effects that they were having with them, and they cared about their quality of life. You know, especially my last doctor, Dr. Tennant, and before him were doctors that worked on the intractable pain care laws and rules. And those came about because a lot of patients had cancer that the doctors weren't able to take care of them. So I'm asking you to please remember the patients that do not just have cancer, but have other illnesses and need the care. So, and I'm begging you for that. They're not criminals. And I remember when they started doing the urine test, and I thought, you know what, this is the beginning of the end. And it was like 12 years later, then that was it. Okay. They basically
30
destroyed
seconds
their
remaining.
care. So I would like to just please keep that in mind. And thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next here we have Rochelle Adele. Rochelle, you should be receiving that prompt there on your end. There you go, Rochelle. Looks like your line's open.
Hello.
Rochelle, yes, we can
I'm
hear you.
here.
Please,
Can
please
you
go
hear
ahead.
me now? Okay,
Yes, we
great.
can.
My name is Rochelle Odell, and I'm an advocate in the pain community, a columnist, an author, and a pain patient, first and foremost. I've been appalled with the CDC guidelines. I would hope that they don't have a negative effect when it comes to California. We patients we're not drug seeking, we are pain relief seeking. I also have an issue with my pain office just now started requiring that patients have on hand naloxone or Narcan. I live alone. My copay was $100. How are we supposed to pay for that? And if we live alone, who's going to give us that drug in the extremely rare event that we should overdose? I think that's something that you guys need to look into. Perhaps find ways to. Addicts get it for free. They get a lot of things for free. Nothing is free for pain patients. Anyway, this is my first time doing this, so wasn't prepared to speak. But I would hope that you would remember that we are human beings that are in pain. We didn't ask for these diseases. I suffer from complex regional pain syndrome, which is triggered by a physician. There was no malintent. It happened. So now 30 years later, I'm still in agony and my pain is no longer treated like it was before. So please remember that. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your public comment. Okay, President Lawson, this time no additional requests in queue.
All right, thank you, Sean, and thank you again to all of those of you who took the time to comment this morning. We'll move on to agenda item 3, which is approval of the meeting minutes from our May 18th through 19th quarterly board meeting. Members, please do unmute your computers and let us know if you've got any additions or corrections to the May 18th and 19th, 2022 board meeting minutes. Do we have any additions or corrections?
Ms. Lawson, I move that we accept the minutes from May 18, 19, 20.
Thank you, Dr. Thorpe. We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second, Dr. Hawkins.
Thank you, Dr. Hawkins. I'll now ask the host to call for public comments.
Can I ask a quick question before we do that? Madam Chair, the minutes is now reflecting videos, and I'm concerned about whether we are excluding some folks from having access. I'm sure the board has already established that's probably not the case, but now there's an extra burden on us to actually go to and watch the video, where sometimes you just want to look at words to get an idea what was said in the videos. I look at the videos all the time, and am I the only one that's thinking this, or is everybody just, because what we then could do is just put out the agenda, timestamp it, and just put out the video, and instead of having any explanation.
Yeah.
Because there's explanations for some and not for others.
Yeah,
I just want to get that out.
Thanks, Mr. Watkins, for raising this, and I should have made you aware of this as well, because you're right. You've noticed a change in how we're reporting those minutes that is consistent with the way some other agencies report them as well, now that we have access to video. I'll let Ms. Webb weigh in too if she wants to, just in terms of why we're doing that. But the intent actually is to provide a much more accurate record and make sure our staff aren't in the position of characterizing a comment in a particular way that the speaker may disagree with in terms of the characterization, as we try to summarize people's comments. So the intent was actually to make sure we had a very accurate record, not to have anybody be excluded from being able to review them. Ms. Webb, do you have any additional comments?
I think you covered it, and just to reiterate, the minutes are supposed to be a summary, but they're extremely, the way we were doing it before, extremely time intensive. And then some members of the board, some members of the public would have concerns about how their statements were summarized. And so this is a way to provide very accurate minutes that capture the motion and the result, some limited summary, and individuals can get transcripts through YouTube or through the board, and if they want a word for word recounting of the minutes.
I do have a quick question, Madam Chair. Is it possible for us just to record this meeting and send a link and have these as the minutes, so everything's just verbatim?
I think that's a legal question for Ms. Webb as to what's required by law in the Open Meeting Act and any other regulations that we have.
Well, that's in a way what's being done, but it's being broken up by section to make it more convenient for people to find what they're looking for. The full recording is available on YouTube. The minutes break up the sections to try to be more convenient.
Thank you.
Any other questions before I ask the host to call for public comments? Thanks for raising those issues. All right, Sean, I think we can go to the public, please.
The Q&A window and the hand raising function has been activated. And for any calling users wishing to make a public comment, please press *3 on your phone's keypad. That will do the same result as raising your hand. And we will call on you best we can in the order they're received. First up here, we have Susan Lauren. Susan, you should be receiving that prompt on your end.
Hi. This sounds good if it's being a video broken up into sections, and that would be able to capture what we're saying, and I appreciate that. We've been sick in my house, and I haven't had time to look back at the minutes before this meeting, but it sounds like there's been a solution for it anyway. So that's one thing that's taken care of. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Susan. Next up here, we have Eric Andrews. Eric, you should be receiving that prompt on your end.
Can you hear me?
Please go ahead, Eric. Yeah, we can.
I just want to say that it's a sad state of affairs that whomever was taking the minutes before made so many errors that the formula for producing them had to be changed and are now referred to videos on YouTube when so many people harmed by doctors are disabled and will have a hard time dealing with those videos. I think the links are great, but someone should still be capable of taking accurate printed minutes. I mean, come on, folks. You're the Medical Board of California. You're supposed to be protecting us from doctors, and you can't even take accurate printed minutes? If I want access to the minutes without internet access, I can't now see them. So this is an incomplete way of doing it, and it's just a way to cover up your mistakes that you were making on so many of the past minutes. It's ridiculous, and shame on you.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next here, we have Ann Fuqua. Ann, you should be receiving that prompt on your end.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now, Ann. Thank you.
Okay. I think this is excellent. I know, I remember, well, actually Eric was one of the ones that was saying, gosh, the minutes were not detailed enough, especially like at the advocate meetings that we used to have. And I have gone through these minutes trying to find references to patients that had been harmed by opioid reduction. And, I had been at the meeting where Ms. Arthur's daughter mentioned her son. And then back last, I believe, in December. And then I found several from, I found about 5 or 6 from that went back further. And this is this will be so much easier. Easier, I think, for anybody to find what you're looking for. So, thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Ann. Next up, we have Rosie Arthursutter. Rosie, you should be receiving that prompt on your end.
Hello. Okay. I was the one a few meetings back that suggested using the closed caption feed to generate your minutes, and I see that you did that, and of course now you've changed it. And I think it is an upgrade to toggle the 2 access points together. However, I only discovered by accident the YouTube feed and that I could get a transcript through there, and it's not posted on your site. So my suggestion would be, when you put it up on YouTube, you go to the meeting section and you add that feed for YouTube on there, as well as producing the transcript. So that's on another button so that we can go to the transcript, because otherwise, when you are looking back, whether it's one of these current ones or like one from 2015, you have to go through the whole video that's available. And if you have the transcript, you at least can word search it and find where you need to go, and then do that on the older ones. So my suggestion would be to, as soon as you put it on YouTube, update your page so that the access is made available. Same thing for the transcript. Make it easy to get to and not have to discover it. And then go back historically and publish those on YouTube and provide the transcripts. In particular, the meeting from April 13th, 2015, because that was the prescribing task force, and a lot of important things happened in that meeting. And it would be very good to have that transcript easily available to the public. And so those are my suggestions on that. And having worked with database and all this sort of stuff, those are easy things to do. And it would greatly enhance the public's access Perhaps not for somebody who doesn't have access to a computer, but for those that do, it should be easy to get to. You shouldn't have to go around and discover that it's there, which is how I found out about it. Anyway, it's easy.
30 seconds remaining.
A few keystrokes by a programmer can fix your problem. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next, we have Kristen Ogden. Kristen, you should be receiving that prompt on your end.
Can you hear me?
You can. Please go ahead.
I just want, this is Kristen Ogden, again, speaking for Families for Intractable Pain Relief. And I really just want to say thank you to the board for the innovation of providing the video links by topic, by section. I think it's an excellent development. Certainly easy, there's no doubt that way about who said what or exactly what was said. I very much appreciate how labor intensive it is to try to create accurate written minutes, and I think this is a move in the right direction. So thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next here we have Hannah Ree. Hannah, I'm going to go ahead and send you that request.
Excuse me, yes, so this is Dr. Ree of Black Patients Matter. And once again, when I look at the minutes, they have done away with Black Patients Matter. It's not listed anywhere in the minutes. And interestingly, let's see, they do mention they mention, of course, Marianne Hollingsworth of the Patient Safety League, a white woman, Patient Safety League run by a white man. They also mention Kirsten Ogden of Families for Intractable Pain Relief, a white woman, and Eric Andrist of Patient Safety League, a white man associated with a patient safety group that's run by a white person. I am a person of color, and Black Patients Matter is self-explanatory, and it's not mentioned anywhere in the minutes. I wonder why not. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. This time, President Lawson, I don't see any additional requests in queue.
All right, thank you, Sean. Thank you to all the public commenters. We'll bring it back to the board now. Are there any further comments, questions from board members about the meeting minutes? All right, seeing none, I believe we have a motion from Dr. Thorpe, second from Dr. Hawkins, I believe. Members, please unmute your computers, and Ms. Moriarty, please call the roll.
Dr. Bolott?
Abstain.
Mr. Brooks?
Yes. Or aye.
Dr. Hawkins?
Yes.
Dr. Hilzer?
Yes.
Ms. Jong?
Yes.
Ms. Lubiano?
Yes.
Dr. Mahmood? Mr. Rue?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
Aye.
Dr. Sy?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins?
Aye.
Ms. Lawson?
Yes. Thank you. The May 18th through 19th, 2022 board meeting minutes are approved. Members, please remute your computers, and we will move on to agenda item 4, which is the president's report. I just have a few items few things I'd like to share with you this morning. First, I hope all of you and all members of the public had a nice summer as we look like we're heading now into the fall season. I would like to welcome our new colleagues to the board. Nicole Zhang, who of course had been appointed prior to our meeting, but this is her first board meeting with us, and Michelle Bolott, who returns to the board. We all look forward to working with you and to officially swearing you in just a couple of minutes. In terms of my recent activities, the board has been hard at work in recent weeks on a variety of legislative matters. I'd like to extend a special thanks to Aaron Bone, who is working behind the scenes with the state legislature on the various bills, and we're going to be discussing those more later in the agenda, of course. Of course, combating the scourge of misinformation and disinformation continues to be a priority area of focus for me and for the board. We will talk about AB 2098, which would designate the dissemination of misinformation or disinformation related to the COVID pandemic as unprofessional conduct later on in our agenda. I would like to thank the author, Assemblymember Evan Lowe, for his collaboration in recent weeks on this legislation. I'd also like to commend to the board the recent reports produced by the House Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Crisis. This past Tuesday, the subcommittee released a report with detailed findings that highlight how dangerous misinformation and disinformation is being spread. Ultimately, that committee is working to determine what corrective steps can be proposed to avoid future public harm. Earlier this month, I had the opportunity to participate in the American Board of Internal Medicine's Foundation Forum, which brought together a number of stakeholders to discuss strategies for the misinformation age. And it's clear to me that combating medical misinformation is going to require an all hands on deck approach to ensure that the public and patients have access to accurate, evidence-based information they can use to make the best healthcare decisions for themselves and their families. I do think it's important for the Medical Board of California to continue to be part of this important ongoing conversation. Just one more report on a recent activity. In July, the Federation of State Medical Boards held their board meeting in Monterey, and I had the opportunity to join them for a dinner there. I will also be participating in the FSMB as a member of their Ethics and Professionalism Committee this year, particularly for the new board members. I think the FSMB is a great resource and it provides many opportunities to get involved in the work we do here in California at the Medical Board of California on a more national level. I know Ms. Lubiano had the chance to attend their meeting earlier this year too. And I just think there are lots of valuable opportunities to engage in kind of the policy work we do on a broader scale. So with that, I'll move on to the swearing in of our new board members. As I mentioned, we have two new members with us today that I'd like to introduce, Dr. Michelle Bolat and Ms. Nicole Zhang. I will be swearing them in as members of the board after giving them brief introductions. Dr. Bolat was appointed on June 8th of 2022 to the board by Governor Newsom. She is a returning member and we're very happy to have her back. Dr. Bolat has served as a professor for the Department of Family Medicine at the University of California, Los Angeles since 1999, where she has been the executive vice chair since 2012. Dr. Bolat has been editor of the Journal of Medical Regulation since 2019, and she earned a Master of Public Policy degree from UCLA School of Public Health and a Doctor of Medicine degree from the University of California Irvine School of Medicine. Ms. Zhang was appointed on April 14th, 2022 by Governor Newsom, and she has been the Southern California Regional Director of Advocacy at Root and Rebound since 2021, where she's also been an attorney since 2018. She was a pro bono coordinating attorney at Legal Services New York City from 2016 to 2018, and a litigation associate at Paul Weiss from 2014 to 2016. She earned her Juris Doctor degree from Yale Law School. And I would now like to take the opportunity to swear you both in. Will you please raise your right hand and repeat after me? Thank you. I, please state your name, do solemnly swear or affirm.
I, Nicole Zhang, do solemnly swear or affirm.
I, Michelle Bolat, do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of California.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and California.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
And I will bear I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
True faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
Oh my goodness, my memory is just somehow.
All right, I'll break it up. I will bear true faith and allegiance.
I will bear true faith and allegiance.
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
To the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of California.
That I take this obligation freely without, I'm sorry, Michelle, I cut you off.
Now,
this is hard to do on WebEx.
It is. We were at the
Constitution of the United States.
Yes, to relation of the United States and to the state of California.
All right, that I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
I'm sorry, you cut out for a minute or a second on my end.
Sorry about that. Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Without any reservation or purpose of evasion.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties about which I'm about to enter.
Repeat that for me.
That I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
That I will faithfully discharge the duties that I'm about to enter.
Well, welcome to the board. We are excited to have you as part of our team. So thank you for bearing with me as I swear you both in. We're glad to have you both here. Are there any questions or comments from members on the president's report? All right, seeing none, I will ask the host to call for public comments, please.
Thank you, President Lawson. The Q&A feature and the hand-raising feature have been enabled for anyone wishing to make a public comment. Also, any call-in users, if you'd like to make a public comment, you can press *3 on your phone to raise your hand that way as well. First up, we have Eric Anders. Eric, you should be receiving that prompt on your end.
Can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Good God, you couldn't give these newbies a copy of the swearing in to read? That was silly. I guess I need to contact the House Committee and show them all the evidence we have of how this board promotes its own brand of disinformation. It's a little two-faced to be concerned about disinformation when you can't even put accurate information out to the public yourselves. Christina's portrayal about her attack in a parking lot was so overblown and continues to be pinned to her Twitter page when she didn't even file a police report over it. What kind of disinformation is that? It's also odd how you keep promoting FSMB when they were caught providing funds for a document with misleading information about the opioid epidemic and was subsequently used against them in a federal lawsuit. What is this deal you have with the FSMB, Christina? Are you trying to get on good with them for your political career or what? Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next, we have Dr. Hannah Ree. Should be receiving that prompt on your end.
So thank you for unmuting me. I'm just wondering where you got the Dr. Hannah Ree from.
It's typed in as your name in the WebEx bar.
Okay, it should say Black Patients Matter. There is no Dr. Hannah Ree. Can we correct that, please?
That's not what I'm seeing on my end. I'm sorry. You can state your name how you'd like.
Yeah, my name is Black Patients Matter. There is no Dr. Hannah Ree. Can you please correct that for the record? So the minutes do not reflect anything except Black Patients Matter. Can that be done?
Please move on with your public comment.
Yeah, so, well, my comment is that, when errors like this occur, what's going on with our organization, the minutes, and for yourselves as far as being able to take this oath. Eric had a good point. Perhaps we should give them a copy of it. It does seem that we are looking a bit foolish not being able to perform these simple tasks, and that with the FSMB, there will never be justice for Black patients because as a voting body, they vote against the Black patient. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up here, we have Michelle Montserrat Ramos. Michelle, let me open up your line. Sorry, Michelle. Took a second to find you there. Should be receiving that prompt on your end.
Good morning. I am Michelle Montserrat Ramos, and I'm with Consumer Watchdog. I would like to welcome back Dr. Bolat and welcome Nicole Zhang and Dr. Tsai. I would like to introduce myself. I became a state and national advocate following the death of my husband-to-be, Lloyd Montserrat, following his death from surgical errors and sepsis at the hands of a substance abusing surgeon. Like my advocacy team, I filed a consumer complaint with the board, and although I submitted a complaint with 2 autopsy reports that stated the cause of death, one from the LA County Coroner's Office, a long physician arrest record, and a doctor that admitted to changing Lloyd's medical record, the board still found my case unworthy of investigation and dismissed my case at the Central Complaint Unit with no interview with me and no communication besides a form letter that said nothing. Your closing my case at the Central Complaint Unit kept me here monitoring you for the past 17 years. Now I work with families across the state of California on medical negligence issues, and I work with them to navigate your complex consumer complaint process. Had you just investigated my complaint, I would have walked away, but you didn't. So here I am with a team. 1 diversion program abolished, 1 uniform standards for substance abusing healthcare professionals law on the books due to Lloyd's story, and 1 patient's rights to know act that I advocated for 2 years of my life until Consumer Watchdog came in and pushed it through both houses in the 3rd year. You're not investigating my case is why I'm so passionate about seeking accountability for other Californians. We are here to help you, but we're also here for change, for consumer protection, and we hope you are also. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next here, we have Virginia. Virginia, will you send that request to you?
Hello?
I'm sorry, it looks like I clicked on Rosie.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. I'm not Virginia today.
It's bouncing around on me.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No, I have a problem with that on my computer sometimes too. Anyway, one of the things that I would like to bring out is with these pending revisions to the prescribing of controlled substances is both in the 2014 version and the updated one.
Ms. Arthur, may I, this is a public comment on the president's report, including the swearing in of the new board members.
Okay.
May I ask you to please limit your comments to that?
All right. It would be nice if the new board members would be, and all the board members would be responsive when there are written materials sent in. It takes a long time to prepare presentations, and this is a problem when there's just no response at all. People need answers. So our new board members, hopefully they will be responsive. Sometimes when you first come on board, you could be more responsive and open. So I'm hoping that's the case here. So welcome on board. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Let me see if I can get it right this time, Virginia. You should be receiving that prompt on your end.
box in my behind pages last time, so I couldn't find you anyways to unmute. So it's handy it wasn't me. Regarding disinformation and misinformation, I really do think it's vital that we have the facts, especially about COVID, but it's very confusing as members of the public when you see people dying and articles about people dying and we're told it's safe. And then we question the safetiness of it when we see unsafe things. So being very clear and transparent would be very helpful. I'm vaccinated, my mom was vaccinated, but it's still concerning me. Like, I don't want my kids to die from COVID or to die from a shot. So that's my concern on that. And also for disinformation, you're tasked with patient safety, but your laws and statutes are based on lobbying efforts from the CMA and doctors company. So your mission statement is different disinformation in itself, and it's very confusing for us. As the Senate hearing said, you have all these concerns that don't allow you to be a patient safety board. And if you do follow those laws, cases like Susan Lawrence and others spoken today should have been carried all the way through and something done with the current laws you have. So it's really confusing and feel like disinformation, what's going on with you, with the lack of transparency, what's going on. Also, liposections based on disinformation, it's not safe. There's not enough evidence, like you don't share enough evidence for consents or anything like that, and more research needs to be done, and the public needs to know the risk of it, which is significant. You guys base your rulings on records that are often false. That's disinformation. How can you get anything accurate if what you're reading and not including family members or patients for your decision making when it's false records? And lastly, the foundation of medical care. Every single thing I went to have illnesses for, the care was significantly outdated compared to the information on PubMed. Most of my stuff, I researched PubMed, went to doctor, find somebody who would follow it, and found a solution, and that part was healed. And then the next thing, I have to do the same thing over and over and over again. Your care is so outdated that it's based on disinformation as well, and they fail to address that. So if you want to do disinformation, you need to do all aspects and not just one. I agree COVID is an important one.
Please, 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and according to one tweet, the VARS isn't even accurate. So how are you even gathering information to know if this vaccine is safe or not? I know with VSafe, they keep contacting me like 5 or 6 times, which I feel comfortable, but where is that information that I can access to know the safety of it? Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up here, we have Susan Lauren. Susan, you should be receiving that prompt on your end.
Hi. I wanted to add my voice to the other activists. They're doing such a great job. I thought that I would welcome the new members and introduce myself. My name is Susan Lauren, and on November 8th, 2011, I went in for what was to be a conservative medically recommended breast reduction. Large breasts on a petite frame. I was extremely athletic. I had some skintosis. The surgeon was referred by my doctor at the time, and the surgeon assaulted me, and he stabbed me over close to 24 times from my waist to my shins that I didn't agree to. He used a power-assisted liposuction tool I never heard of that is warned in the plastic surgery literature can penetrate undesired structures. He hit 4 out of the 5 zones of adherence, the zones you're not supposed to touch at all. He removed my butt. I went in for a breast reduction. He removed my butt. I'm disabled. I know everyone looks like they're bored with my story. Well, I'm living it, and I would rather hear about it from your end than have to live it. Now, the problem is that I've done extensive research. I've written a research paper that you can look up at the Dangers of Liposuction, Rogue Health and Fitness, ROGUE Health and Fitness. I hear from many people saying that I saved them from going through this kind of procedure. I don't give medical advice. I share the scientific data and just the many blogs, desperate, multi-thousands of blogs from people around the world. Something needs to be done about this. This just can't go on. Every action period, you've got plastic surgeons severely harming people who have harmed people before. It's not just, oh, this plastic surgeon A or this plastic surgeon B. It's bad procedures, disinformation and misinformation, and that needs to be dealt with this plastic surgery. I wasn't fat. I didn't go in to have some magical thing suck out fat from me. The surgeon said, we're going to do this tiny little thing on your hip to balance you from breast reduction, and I was lied to, coerced, and I wish that I had a time machine like all the other women that I've met. Many women don't file with the board because they know how badly that me and other people are treated. They know that I know other women who have filed in their
30
case
seconds
have been
remaining.
Thank you. My case is res ipsa loquitur. It is absolutely obvious, and I will send to the new members a video, and you can watch it or not. One of the members refused to watch it. He said it's in the past and we have to move forward. You cannot move forward with honesty without looking at what you denied. And Kimberly Kirchmeier said to me, "Oh, it's what I
Please
believe
conclude.
happened." No, okay, it's not a belief, it's a fact. Anyway, thank you for listening. I'll talk more. And I really want to protect people like I wasn't protected. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next here we have Laura Powell. Laura, you should be receiving that prompt on your end. Laura, looks like your line's open.
Morning.
Please go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Laura Powell with Californians for Good Governance. I think everyone understands the concerns about getting the public accurate medical information, but the approach espoused by the board president and the organization she mentioned is misguided. There is no crisis of misinformation. There's a crisis of institutional credibility. The public no longer has faith in the medical establishment, and the censoring of dissenting voices won't rebuild that trust. In fact, it's the surest way to further erode it. And due in part to the actions of this very board, patients believe that their doctors are operating under a gag order. And as a result, they understandably do not trust that their doctors are able to share their honest opinions. The approach of this board conflicts with the most fundamental values our country is founded on, namely the free speech rights enshrined in the First Amendment. And I quoted from the Supreme Court when I called in May, and for the new members or for those who didn't hear it, I'm going to quote from this again. This is established law in our country. Regulating the content of professional speech poses the inherent risk that the government seeks not to advance a legitimate regulatory goal, but to suppress unpopular ideas or information. Doctors help patients make deeply personal decisions, and their candor is crucial. Throughout history, governments have manipulated the content of doctor-patient discourse to increase state power and suppress minorities. Professionals might have a host of good faith disagreements, both with each other and with the government on many topics in the respective fields. The best test of truth is the power of the thought to get itself accepted in the competition of the market. And the people lose when the government is the one deciding which ideas should prevail. From another case, the remedy for speech that is false is speech that is true. This is the ordinary course in a free society. The response to the unreasoned is the rational to the uninformed, the enlightened to the straight out lie, the simple truth. Now, free speech is not some abstract ideal we aspire to. This is the only way to sort fact from fiction in a free society. So I'd ask that any
30 seconds remain.
policies supported by this board to combat misinformation focus on rebuilding the trust in credible sources of information rather than censoring the voices that dissent from the mainstream view. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. This time, President Lawson, I don't see any additional requests in queue.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you to all the public commenters. Are there any comments from the board before we move on to our next agenda item?
Madam Chair, this is Richard Thorpe. I just had a question. Is the it seemed like the given the difficulty we had with the oath, it seemed like a good idea to, in the future, to give a copy of the oath to the new board members. Is that something we could see that is done in the future?
That does seem like a good idea, and we can make sure that that happens in the future, so they have it in front of them.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes. All right, moving on to agenda item 5, board member communications with interested parties. Do any members have anything to report? And members, please unmute your computers if you wish to speak. Before we go to that, maybe Ms. Webb, since we have a couple of new board members, if you just want to let people know the scope of what we're looking for in this particular agenda item.
Sure. What this does is it gives you an opportunity to disclose if you've had contact with interested parties that may have been for the purpose of discussing something that is within the board's jurisdiction and that appears on the agenda. For instance, if you've been contacted by a lobbyist or a stakeholder relevant to a bill that's on the agenda that the board is going to be discussing and voting on, this would be the place where you would want to disclose that so that interested parties are aware that you've had that contact.
Thanks, Ms. Webb. Ryan Brooks, I believe I saw your hand go up first.
Yeah, I'll be quick, and I'm going to apologize for the background noise. I have construction going on in my house as we speak. But I did want to disclose I had conversations with 4 members of the public. We discussed a variety of issues on efficiency, on patient care, on advocacy, on misinformation, on disinformation. And this is more on my part as a fact-finding process. And I want to say to those members that I did speak to, thank you very much. Your comments and your questions and your concerns were taken to heart, and I will continue to follow up and continue to reach out. And those are my 4 public meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Any other members have anything to report?
Dr. Hawkins?
Please.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to participate again in an FDA advisory committee on vaccines, specifically related to coronavirus vaccines and updates as a consumer representative.
Thank you. Any additional board member disclosures? Mr. Watkins?
I had a brief conversation with someone from Public Valley Radio, and that's it.
Thank you. All right, just in terms of my own disclosure, as I mentioned, I have had contacts with FSMB, both in my role as a committee member and then attending a dinner where I had, of course, contacts with the attendees at that dinner. I participated in the ABIM's Foundation Forum in Colorado Springs, which had approximately 200 attendees, and connected with a variety of people attending that forum. I've had numerous conversations with members of the public since our last board meeting, and I've also met with state legislators as part of our legislative activities, and I think that is it. Any other board member disclosures? All right, seeing none, we will ask Sean to please call for public comments.
The hand raising features and Q&A window have been opened up on the WebEx. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please do so. The call-in users, you can also press *3 in order to raise your hand if you're connected via only phone. First up here, we have Eric Anderson. Eric, that request is coming your way.
Can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
So I guess the fact that none of the other people had any communications with anybody means that they have no intentions of talking with. Do you all not do anything on your own time in between these meetings to advance your job on the board and talk to the public, talk to legislators, or are you all just sitting on your hands, or what's going on? It seems like very few people had any meetings with anybody. Shouldn't you all be doing something as your position on the board to help promote this board and make it better? Why is it just the same few that seem to be going out and talking to the advocates and talking to legislators, and the rest of you are just sitting there and you never chime in that you ever talk to anybody? Are you not doing your jobs? Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next here we have Black Patients Matter. Request coming your way.
So we're just calling for more transparency as far as how to contact these board members to be able to speak and meet with them. I'm just going to assume we can call the phone number of medical boards or send an email and be able to reach them, because otherwise I don't see a means by which to be able to contact and meet with them. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up here we have Laura Powell. Well, you should be receiving that request on your end.
Hi, this is Laura Powell with Californians for Good Governance. I had filed a Public Records Act request for records involving communications between board members and others regarding Assembly Bill 2098 and related issues. I know at the last board meeting, one member mentioned that they specifically a letter had been circulated from Nick Sawyer regarding this bill. And I've been unable to get, there was no response. I've been unable to get the requested records. So I'm assuming the fact that nobody has volunteered that they've had any further communications with anyone regarding this bill, Nick Sawyer, or any of the other lobbyists lobbying in favor of this bill. If anybody failed to disclose that, I think this would be the time to disclose those communications. I intend to follow up on this records request. Unfortunately, the staff at the medical board is not complying with my request so far, but I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next here we have Rosie Arthur's daughter. Rosie, you should be receiving that request on your end.
Okay, thank you once again. Okay, I had done it the right way. I made an official request through the board to reach out to speak to a particular board member, and I was told I could do that. And when I reached out and sent the information through, it just got totally recycled and sent right back to the same person that had told me I could speak to them, and that communication never occurred. So how do we initiate these types of conversations? It shouldn't take 2 or 3 years to get it to happen, and obviously some people are getting through to other board members. How do we access it? Because, you know, time's a wasting. I mean, you know, there's a lot of things that are time sensitive, and if you can't get through to somebody, or you have to wait for 3 months for come up to make a public comment, and then your one public comment happens and that's it, and you can't make another, you know, you're avoiding good input. There's a lot of information out there, and if you don't allow access, you'll never find out about it. So how do we do that? How do we actually directly contact a board member who we already know has an interest in an area, or might provide them with more information that they need? Because if we wait, it's 3 months, 6 months, a year. I asked to have an agenda item. I was told it was on there. I saw it go up on there. It turned out to be something different. And then they told me I had to ask it all over again. So, you know, we're set in circles. Anyway, we need a system that works to do that shortcut type of contact, and not wait for 2 minutes in a public meeting where you can't say anything specific. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next here we have Virginia. Virginia, you should be receiving that request on your end.
Hello, I'd like to say I agree with Eric. It'd be really nice to have more board members being active, because a lot of times it's the same ones being silent. And if you're not going to be active, you're taking up space for people that really want to be active. So I'm requesting next time that all of you are active and advocate for patient safety. And if this isn't the space for you to advocate for, maybe you should give the space to somebody who wants to advocate. Second, when you contact people, it'd be nice to know what you discussed. Like, is it pro patient safety, pro CMA? It'd be nice to know like the root of it, so we know what's actually going on. That's it. And thank you for the ones that are working and advocating and trying to make changes. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, President Lawson, I don't see any additional requests in the queue.
Thank you. I see Dr. Hawkins' hand up.
Yes, I should have mentioned that this has been an ongoing process, so I actually didn't think about it. In an attempt to improve the enforcement process, I've had multiple discussions with not only our own staff, but leadership involving obviously the Attorney General, HQIU, and the Department of Consumer Affairs.
Thanks, Dr. Hawkins. Any additional board member reports? Seeing none, we will move on to the next item, which is item 6, update from external stakeholders. I believe that our first update is from the Attorney General's office. Ms. Castro?
Can you hear and see me? Can you hear me?
Again, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning. I'd like to welcome Dr. Bolat back. I am very happy to see you and very thrilled that you decided to continue your long devotion to public service and bettering the community healthcare standards. I'd also like to welcome Ms. Jiang. You're really going to enjoy the work of that you're going to do for the next couple of years for California consumers. Just real quick, the Health Quality Enforcement section is the section that I lead. It was established by statute in 1990 under Government Code Section 12529, and all aspects of our role are embedded in the Medical Practices Act, such as the Business and Professions Code Section 2220, where the Attorney General's office, of which Health Quality Enforcement is a part of, we act as your legal counsel for the medical board in all judicial and administrative proceedings and any of our services or charges against your budget, and that is by statute. We represent you to the best of our ability. We support you in your goals to enforce your laws fairly, effectively, and efficiently. We submit monthly bills. They all have detailed narratives and task codes, and we're super transparent in how we use our time, which is valuable. We receive your cases for legal review and representation. We work all your cases, inquiries, questions sent to us. Obviously, it engages into several levels of things that happen that are not actually handled by the board itself, but are handled by your team in your executive office and the medical board, Mr. Pacifica, Ms. Jones, and Mr. Barhasi, as well as Ms. Webb. If an accusation that you send to us meets our standards, we recommend it for filing. Our supervising deputy attorney generals review all pleadings for uniformity. If the evidence collected by your investigators is insufficient, we return the case and recommend more investigation. And in cases where no charges are supported by their submitted evidence, we recommend the rejection of the case. We adjudicate accusation matters in several ways. We recommend stipulations, conduct hearings, or draft defaults when someone doesn't want to take on their rights to litigate their matter. We use your 2016 model disciplinary guidelines and model disciplinary orders as the non-binding standards that you enacted them to be in 2016. Both the Health Quality Enforcement section and the Office of Administrative Hearings, which are hired by you to conduct your hearings, we both send proposed stipulations and proposed orders of decision to the board for its final decision and order. And at that point, the board actually becomes involved in the cases. And when you are not in agreement, our new board member I got exposed to that yesterday. Stipulations can be held for discussion, and if you reject them, then we'll go back to the drawing board and add whatever it is that you'd like us to add. And these are all confidential negotiations. And if the other side doesn't like what we added, then we go to hearing. And that is part of our job. And finally, in closing, you have among the highest burdens of all the GCA portfolio to bear. So if you decide to discipline a licensee, it is a property right, and the burden is very, very high. It's clear and convincing to a reasonable certainty pursuant to longstanding case law. And so that's just for the benefit of Dr. Bolat and Ms. Jung, who, again, I'd like to welcome you on behalf of our entire team. We stand about 70 strong here at the Attorney General's office, and we find it a privilege and an honor to be able to do your important work alongside you. Finally, I'd like to welcome Marcia Barr-Fernandez and Kimiko Akiya. They have both taken on this role by accepting our offer of employment as Deputy Attorney Generals, and they join us in LA and San Francisco respectively. And so with that, I'd like to just conclude my remarks today and to also thank the Health Quality Enforcement Section team for working through the pandemic, doing everything possible to do the best that we can with the evidence that we receive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Castro. We're going to move on to the next external stakeholder update, and we'll take all questions at the end of these 3 updates. Ms. Nichols.
Yes, good morning. I am Deputy Chief Kathleen Nichols with the Division of Investigations Health Quality Investigation Unit, also known as HQIU. The mission of the Division of Investigation is to protect California consumers and licensees by effectively and efficiently enforcing laws, regulations, and professional standards. Division of Investigation investigators are highly trained in conducting specialized investigations with an emphasis on violations of the Business and Professions Code, laws that govern most DCA professional licenses. It is my pleasure to provide the board an update on HQIU efforts and accomplishments. As of August, HQIU has 20 investigator vacancies, which is a 24% investigator vacancy rate. The 20 vacancies include 4 new investigator positions that were awarded on July 1st. These positions are the 3rd and final phase to accommodate the increased workload due to SB 425. As you may remember, SB 425 became effective January 1 of 2020 and requires health facilities and others to report allegations of sexual abuse and sexual misconduct made by a patient against a licensed healthcare practitioner to the appropriate licensing board within 15 days. We have 13 candidates in background and 2 candidates with upcoming start dates. We recently participated in 2 career fairs, the Sacramento Job Corps Career Fair in July and the Tri-County Job Fair in August located in Rockland. We are holding continuous hiring panels to identify additional candidates in order to fill the remaining vacancies. And now I'd like to queue up our graphs. We have 2 slides that I'd like to share with you to give you a brief overview of our progress the last couple years. As of July of 2022, our pending workload is 1,375 investigations. In January of 2020, it was 2,340, which is a net reduction of 965 cases. Over the past 2.5 years, we have successfully reduced the caseload by 40%. And then on the next slide, we have also continued to make progress on our aged cases. The number of cases over a year old in January of 2020 was 1,358. As of July of 2022, that number has been cut in half, reduced to 610 cases, a 748 case reduction. We have capitalized on efficiencies from the implementation of our expert procurement unit, handling the expert process and obtaining certification of records, and are focused on continuing our significant progress to reduce case aging for all investigations. As you can see by the information presented today, the Division of Investigation has made significant progress over the last 2 years. I would like to thank all members of the HQIU team, including commanders, supervisors, investigators, medical consultants, analysts, and office technicians, whose hard work and dedication have made these achievements possible. We continue to build upon improvements and look for opportunities to enhance services and recruit investigators to join the team charged with protecting California consumers. We continue to hold regular meetings with board staff to discuss age and priority cases, in addition to sending an automated monthly report with case status updates. We look forward to our continued meetings with board staff, and this concludes my update.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. We'll move on to an update from the Department of Consumer Affairs. Ms. Cruz.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me an opportunity to provide the Department of Consumer Affairs update today. My name is Mary Kate Cruz Jones, and I am providing this update on behalf of the Executive Office. First, I'd like to welcome members Bolat and Jiang as the newest additions to the Medical Board. Congratulations on your appointment, and thank you for your willingness to serve. The Governor signed Senate Bill 189 on June 30th, 2022, which reinstitutes through July 1, 2023, the remote meeting provisions of the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act that were in place during the pandemic. The changes took effect immediately upon signing. Please be aware that DCA wants you to have the right meeting for the business of the board or bureau, while still taking into consideration both the costs and public participation. We are asking boards to still track the costs for meetings, even those that where there wasn't travel involved or that have used WebEx, as much as possible to allow the public to attend remotely, especially as COVID-19 numbers continue to rise. DCA is still asking boards to complete the public meetings survey to assist in tracking these costs for your board meetings in order to be able to compare costs for in-person and WebEx meetings, since this legislative change is only in place for this fiscal year. We have distributed the surveys to all boards and bureaus and ask that they be completed within 30 days after each meeting is held. Should you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to DCA. Though legislation has passed allowing remote meetings, we are reminding boards that choose to hold in-person meetings of the safety measures, best practices, and recommendations for holding public meetings. When planning for upcoming meetings, please remember, all board and bureau members and staff are expected to follow the state and local health public guidelines that apply in the area where the meeting is held. Face coverings are strongly recommended for all board members and staff at meetings. The California Department of Public Health strongly recommends that individuals continue to mask in indoor settings. Please post face covering guidance signage at your meeting and at the check-ins and the entrances. And lastly, vaccination and testing is required prior to a meeting in person or at a remote meeting location. Members need to submit vaccination verification to DCA's Office of Human Resources or be subject to COVID-19 testing. DCA also recently held a brown bag meeting with executive officers and bureau chiefs on July 5th, 2022 to roll out changes to DCA's regulation development and approval process. These changes were discussed and approved by DCA's Executive Officer Cabinet. DCA shared documentation on the process and changes with all boards and bureaus. On August 10th, DCA held a brown bag meeting on the topic of social media. The presentation included an overview of social media best practices, content examples, security, and more. A copy of the presentation was provided to participants. If you have any questions or requests related to social media, please feel free to reach out to DCA's Deputy Director of Communication, Monica Vargas. DCA takes a proactive and strategic approach to the recruitment and training of its skilled and diverse workforce. To achieve this approach, DCA is updating its annual workforce and succession plan. As a part of this process, DCA recently requested that board and bureau leaders complete a workforce survey. Responses will be used with other information about DCA's workforce to inform decisions that align and support DCA's new strategic plan. Further, this process facilitates meeting CalHR's requirement that all state organizations with civil service employees maintain current workforce and succession plans. DCA is also pleased to announce that Nicole Lay was hired on June 24th as the Deputy Director of DCA's Office of Administrative Services. With more than 20 years of state experience, Nicole has dedicated 10 of those years to DCA. Most recently, she served as the acting deputy director of the Office of Administrative Services, where she was responsible for overseeing the business functions of the Human Resources, Fiscal Operations, and Business Services offices. Prior to this role, Nicole was chief of the DCA Office of Human Resources. She previously served at the Contractor State Licensing Board and the Department of Motor Vehicles. We are very excited to have her as a part of DCA's executive leadership team. Additionally, Olivia Trejos has been appointed as DCA's chief of the Office of Human Resources, as of August 1st. Olivia has over 22 years of human resources experience in state government, and the last 9 years have been with DCA's OHR. She began her career in 2000 at the Department of Insurance, and then at the Department of Real Estate, and most recently as DCA's Assistant Human Resources Chief for nearly 5 years. Lastly, Taylor Schick was appointed to DCA's Chief Fiscal Officer in July. Taylor has more than 16 years of state experience, all with DCA. Taylor began his career in 2006 as the budget analyst, and most recently as the budget officer. As the new Chief Fiscal Officer, Taylor will lead the dedicated accounting and budget teams. Another update, it is with great sadness that we announce some transitions within Board and Bureau Relations. Carrie Holmes, Deputy Director of Board and Bureau Relations, left DCA on May 13th. Additionally, Brianna Miller has accepted another position and left DCA on June 10th. DCA appreciates the support and service of Brianna and Carrie that they've provided to all of our boards and bureaus. They have both been a huge asset to the department. I'd like to assure you that during this transitional period, DCA Executive Office and Board and Bureau Relations will continue to ensure continuity of services to all DCA boards and bureaus. If you need anything, please feel free to contact DCA Member Relations via email or feel free to call the DCA Executive Office directly. And as there are a few new members that have joined the board, I wanted to take a moment to review board and member required trainings and forms. Within 30 days of appointment, members are required to file the Form 700. It is required by the Fair Political Practice Commission to report potential conflicts of interest. Filing is done online and is required even if you do not have any reportable interests. Additionally, board members are required to take an ethics training course within the first 6 months of appointment and repeat this ethics orientation every 2 years throughout their term on the board. Members are also required to complete the sexual harassment prevention training. This training needs to be completed every 2 years, and every odd year is a mandated sexual harassment prevention training year for DCA. Another required training is the defensive driver training, which needs to be completed after appointment and then once again every 4 years. And lastly, board members are required to complete the board member orientation training within 1 year of appointment and reappointment. The final training of 2022 will be offered on October 12th of this year. Members can register through DCA's Learning Management System. BMA is required for newly appointed and reappointed members, but is also available as a refresher for all members and executive officers. Please feel free to reach out to Board and Bureau Relations with any questions. And as always, DCA is here to help, and if there's anything that we could do to assist, please feel free to reach out to us. Thank you, and that concludes my report.
Ms. Cruz-Jones, thank you, and welcome back to the Medical Board of California. For those of you who are members of the board that aren't familiar with Ms. Cruz-Jones, she did used to work here with us. So welcome back. Thank you for your report. Are there any questions or comments from any members on any of the external stakeholder reports we just received? Ms. Lubiano.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you for all of the updates and wanted to take a moment to acknowledge Ms. Nichols' report and thank you for the visuals. It's very helpful. And I wanted to say that seeing that downward trend is great. I mean, it's progress. So I wanted to make sure we acknowledge that. Now I realize It'll never be as fast enough as any of us would like here on the board, as well as from the public. But I just want to say it's good. It's good to see that. So let's keep pushing that further down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Lubiano. That didn't come through for me. Was that Ms. Nichols?
Yes, I was just thanking her for her comment.
Thank you. Any additional comments from members? Mr. Watkins?
Yeah, I had 3 questions, 2 for Ms. Castro and 1 for Ms. Nichols. So I think I'll go through the questions for Ms. Castro first. You see, I actually did some homework as you suggested, and I'm trying to solve a problem, and the problem is I'm trying to establish from the Office of the Attorney General what is our role as board members, because we are continually confronted with this is the legal aspect of the case, and then that forms the foundation. So it doesn't leave a whole lot of discretion for us because there's always pressure. And if you could clarify that for the new members and honestly for myself, so I can have clearer guidelines for myself as to what is my role as a board member? What are the board members' role when we are confronted with cases that are heavily already decided?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I
Okay.
can hear you, Clark.
Well, with all due respect and deference to Ms. Carrie Webb, she is your in-house counsel for all board matters. My understanding is you do receive a board training when you are newly appointed. And my understanding as well is that your role is described there. Just generally speaking, the Bagley-Keene and Brown Acts of the state of California are great places for you to start, Mr. Watkins. All of them enumerate the different things that are part of public meetings and things that are not, like confidential settlement discussions and things like that. You're a corporate entity, so I did explain that a little bit in my opening remarks by saying I receive your cases, I work with your executive staff, and Mr. Pacifica signs all your accusations. And when the Office of Administrative Hearings and the Attorney General's office relates this back to the corporate entity of which you are on one panel, you have 2 panels. It's a very large corporate entity because it's very, very important work. You have 180,000 physicians. Obviously, it should be a very large corporate entity. And you all have your piece to speak. And again, I defer to Ms. Webb, but all those rules on how things are adopted or not adopted or held for discussion are part of the Brown Act and Bagley-Keene Act and whatever other things that you have decided for yourself. And so I hope that that answers your question, because you don't see certain things that we do until they're all done. So they're not done until you consider them. And so we're very respectful and very engaged in the process, and we'd like to get feedback for the role. Thank you.
So thank you. So my second question is, you know, the AOGs, I just want to get the AOG's position because I've seen this a few times. And there's this statement that keeps showing up that, you know, that applying the disciplinary guidelines are punitive. And I know I'm the one that is always going to bring this up. And I have the good reason for that. So my question is, since the disciplinary guidelines was lastly put in place in 2016, and this is the 12th edition, and we have a tendency to deviate quite a bit from the guidelines, do you think, or do you have a position on whether we should really look at revising those disciplinary guidelines? Because what we do in practice far deviates from what we actually have as guidelines, to bring it closer so that we can have more accountability to applying some kind of standard. Because right now, from my personal position, and obviously I put stats behind everything I say, I just don't feel like we are representing the interests of the public over that of the interests of the doctors. And I've said that a million times over. And it's not to be controversial. And like I said that earlier, I watch what you asked me to go watch, to go look and to do a little bit of introspection. And what I realized what got missing in that conversation was this: my sincere desire to want to protect the public, to want to protect the folks that are calling in from Bakersfield as an example and demonstrate to us, hey, you made a mistake, And like those folks in Bakersfield, they're not the only ones. And I see continually that the public, even though they have not gotten a good deal from their perspective, from the board, they just want to prevent it from happening from somebody else. And I concur with that desire. And so when I'm harping on the guidelines, it's the only document that we have that somewhat resembles achieving that. And that's what I missed the last time. So I'm grateful for your input on referring me back to that.
I apologize, but I at this point, I'll answer I'll answer this. Again, I'm not the board. I'm just your legal counsel. What I think of what you should do is actually not allowed with respect to your specific question of, is it time for you to update your own guidelines? So I really want to be respectful of that. That's a question not for me to answer or opine on. And from where I sit, I know that a third of the work that we do results in revocations and surrenders. So I do not agree that we don't accomplish the maximum on cases. And as I have said before, respectfully, there are 2 panels on this board, of which you are one. And the stipulations you see are a part of that. And while I don't know, I completely respect where you're coming from with respect to how you feel and how you emote what you're receiving from public members, especially during the public comments. I can't say that we don't disagree, and we are actually on the same page. We do want to address all the concerns within the constraints of your guidelines, due process, ethical standards and obligations, unbiased looks at your cases, and not taking sides and really presenting the best case forward that we can within the context of a document that obviously is not a transcript. It can't tell you the blow by blow, but it gives you the high level of what we felt along with your executive staff would be fair in the case. And again, I've said this before and I'll say it again, we're not the final arbiters, and neither are the Office of Administrative Hearings. So I just want to tell you that we are on the same page, and I want to stay in my lane and not tell you how I feel about everything, just tell you how it is.
Just a correction, and I don't think I heard you correct. You said license revoked and license surrendered is a third. You have like a third of successes in doing that.
That's right.
I obviously do not agree on the numbers that are publicly available. That is grossly exaggerated, but I'm going to move on to the next participant. Ms. Nichols, thank you so much for providing us always complete information. And what's kind of interesting for me is that you're really moving the process forward. So what I want to ask is, do you have any idea, and this pertains to the same thing that I was speaking to, it ties in, as to when you investigate these cases then move forward as to what is the final outcome, whether it's a PR, probation, or is it dismissed? And, do you get feedback from why those cases are being dismissed? And the reason why I'm asking, to develop a robust system, as you know, because I see you very good at developing systems, those feedbacks back into the system actually builds a more robust system. It improves the way you investigate, it improves processes, and it affects the kinds of changes that really delivers a better investigative product at the end to the Attorney General's office. And I just want to know if that is actually in place, because this is the things that keep me up awake at night. The enforcement is what I'm most passionate about on this board.
Well, when cases might be rejected by the Attorney General's office, or there's not a favorable result for us in court, we as HQIU, we don't get the memos that go back and forth between the Attorney General and the medical board. Those are the client memos, and we're not the client. But I will say that the board's staff are good about informing me about what some of the issues are, so that we can address some of those things. A lot of the cases, it comes down to the expert opinion. And if the expert opinion is not well written, if it's not well reasoned, a lot of times those are the reasons why we don't get a result. And so I know that the board has been working hard, with the expert program, training of experts, recruitment of experts, and I think further training in that regard, and maybe going over some of these opinions that were not, were really the reason of why we didn't achieve a good result, and incorporating them into the expert training. I think we'll see some positive results from that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, Mr. Watkins? Thank you. Any further questions from board members before we ask for public comments?
Madam Chair, this is Dr. Thorpe. I would just like to add my, my affirmation to the work that's being done at HQIU and the decrease in the numbers. I think all of the board members feel the same way. We're heartened to see the net reduction in pending investigations, and also the number of investigations that have lasted over 2 years significantly decrease. And yeah, I'm sure that all of the board members feel similarly, but I just wanted to echo Ms. Lubiano's affirmation of that accomplishment. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments from members before we move on to the public? Mr. Brooks?
No comment. I just wanted a quick clarification on my part. On a technical issue, I may have to log off and log back in. My connection is really spotty because my video keeps going off and on. So if I log off, I'm gonna log in onto my phone, which I've been trying to do. So I just wanted to let everyone know.
Thank you. Additional comments? All right, let's move on to public comments.
Okay, the Q&A window and the raising hand feature has been activated for anyone wishing to make a public comment. Also, if you're on a call-in only line and would like to make a public comment, you can press *3 in order to raise your hand that way as well. First up here, we have Susan Lauren. Susan, your request coming your way.
Hello. You're definitely not protecting the public. The #1 focus of consumer protection is prevention. Nothing has been done to change what's happening with these doctors doing liposuction and other scam procedures. I see what's going on in the real world, not the bubble world that you're in. And the harm is increasing and continuing. There are lawsuits against plastic surgeons in California and around the country and the world. Your downward trends mean nothing. I am not listed as someone that was harmed on Ms. Castro's list, and the harm done to me is mind-boggling, vicious assault that left me disabled and in a living hell. So for me not to be on that list, your numbers mean nothing. In investigation, I was told my case went to investigation. There's no real investigation. What do? Get fake medical records, fake photos, and then the defense lawyer, Tom McAndrews, who I saw in action lie in my court, and who I looked up, and he has defended people like Kenneth Hughes and Robert Yoho that had several wrongful deaths in their little private offices. This is the people that you're talking to. Instead of, I sent in plenty of information from my doctors, from so many people, physical therapists. All you need to do is look at the video and look at the paperwork. It didn't match at all. What he did to me is horrifying. The DCA, I heard something about an ethics training. Well, they need an ethics training because the DCA sent me a letter filled with misinformation and disinformation when I reached out to them about the case of Saul Berger. And they lied from start to finish. I asked Carrie Webb about that. What should I do? Because I need that letter corrected, because it shouldn't be, those lies shouldn't continue. And she said, go to the person that you directly have the problem with. Well, it wasn't a person, it was the agency. The agency sent me a letter. They said that I asked to cancel or stop the complaint against Terry Dubrow. That's
30 seconds remaining.
absolutely, that's slander, false. They didn't even mention that I filed against Cedars. They said that I did file against a doctor that I didn't file against. So I want to know how we're going to correct this, because this is just like my medical records, lies, lies, lies. You've got a ship that's sinking and you're trying to put little Band-Aids on it. You need to stop these medical scams. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next here, we have Eric Andrus. Eric, you should be receiving that prompt on your end.
Can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Once again, Gloria Castro was disrespectful of TJ. It's clear she has great disdain for him, and it's inappropriate. You're clearly becoming a very bitter person, Gloria, with all of the evidence that's proving that the Attorney General's office is derelict in their portion of the duty to protect the public. And if you think you weren't, Gloria, go back and watch the video yourself. If you still don't see it, then there's something sadly wrong with you. 1/3 of the cases may end up in revocations and suspensions, Gloria, but that's only a tiny portion of the pool of consumer complaints that actually make it into the pipeline. Only 4% of consumer complaints are moving forward. That's not patient protection. So don't make it sound like it is, because it's not. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next here, we have Monique Himes. Monique, you should be receiving that request momentarily.
Volunteer with Consumer Watchdog.
Sorry, Monique, it started a little late there. Could you start over again?
Sure. I am Monique Himes. I am from Bakersfield and I volunteer with Consumer Watchdog. A recent action taken by this board brought up a significant issue that our family faced as well. That issue is 805 reporting and the loss of hospital privileges. I cannot explain to you what it is like to lose your family tragically due to medical negligence, but to know that other families lost their daughters and grandchildren under similar circumstances, and we didn't have the right to know. This has to change. Again, it is a Bakersfield maternal health tragedy. A Bakersfield anesthesiologist gave a cardiac medication to a mother instead of a numbing medication prior to her C-section. When the mother did not become numb, he gave her medication again. Within an hour and 13 minutes, the mother was unresponsive. She was left paralyzed. The problem is that Mercy Southwest Hospital did not report this never event to you. They did not report it until the California Department of Public Health fined them over $83,000. A month after Mercy Southwest Hospital was fined, they then submitted an 805 report to you, which your accusation against this doctor was based on. This doctor lost his hospital privileges at 2 different hospitals in Bakersfield. The doctor that is responsible for the death of my grandson lost his hospital privileges at every hospital in Bakersfield. He lost his hospital privileges at another hospital 3 years before my grandson's death, but we didn't have the right to know. You need to change this. We are asking for a policy change or legislation that will require that when you receive an 805 report, that the following must be 805 report, unsubstantiated, or 805 report, hospital disciplinary action, loss of hospital privileges. We aren't asking for a lot. We are asking for transparency that will save other lives. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up here, we have Black Patients Matter. Should be receiving that request on your end.
Yes, hello, this is Black Patients Matter. First thing that you do have to know and realize, probably you have realized this by now, is that Ms. Castro's office, she is the face and the voice of corruption. The office is corrupt. What they do is they misuse the office to retaliate and to target minority positions. That's already been shown, Hispanic and African American physicians. We would state that they are more interested in targeting the patients that they treat rather than the minority physicians themselves. When we had sued HQIU and its then chief, David Chris, as you may or may not know, he had stepped down in his position. I thought we currently have a new chief. I'm unclear as to why Ms. Nichols continues to come in without her chief giving us this information. I would like to see who the chief is, hear what he has to say, and be accounted for. And in addition to that, Ms. Castro's office, when they target physicians, minority physicians, they go in full force. That's where all the time, the resources, the money goes into, rather than go after physicians that have really harm the patient, as the other advocates has stated. They misuse the office to target minority physicians. That has been proven statistically. And so it's time for Ms. Castro to step down. She is condescending and sarcastic towards people of color, as we've witnessed in this board. She does not consistently present information that's relevant. For example, today, she just gave a summary of what her office does. What is that? We need statistics. We need answers. We need to know
30
what's
seconds remaining.
going on with her office. Also, it is unjust to combine the three speakers because that only allows one opportunity for the public to be able to respond. It needs to be broken up into 3 different speakers and 3 opportunities to address each speaker. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next here we have Rosie Arthur's daughter. Rosie, you should be receiving that prompt there on your end.
Got it. Okay, my first comment is directed toward Ms. Castro. And I need to speak to you offline. It regards a matter that perhaps rightfully should have come to the medical board, but was circumvented, and it involves another agency. So I think there should be some interagency discussion about it. And ultimately, it does result in civil rights violations. So that's why I'm bringing that to you. So I need to know how to directly contact you regarding that. In particular, it's age discrimination, and it's used as a a tactic to force somebody to not stand up for their rights. Anyway, so I want to be able to do that. And see, there was another thing there. Okay. My other comment was towards the second speaker, Ms. Jones from the Department of Consumer Affairs. And regarding the remote access. Now, again, a civil rights issue related to that is the fact that ADA access is something we have to be thinking about all of the time. So while there's been special provisions made for access due to COVID, there's going to be an ongoing need for access for persons who have disabilities. And in the last year or so, as we've been going through this, there's always been access issues with the methods we're using, but I don't want to see anything go away, legislatively that would inadvertently impact the access that should have been there all along and improving, if anything, rather than being interrupted. It's hard enough as it is sometimes to even get in, to let alone to lose that access.
30 seconds.
The other problem with the remote access is that, like the previous speaker spoke, there's only one opportunity to speak to 3 people, or there's no exchange. You make a comment, somebody else makes a comment, but you can't comment again. So that's one of the problems with the web access, is that we need to, in some cases, have meetings where a person can speak more than once in the same issue, and that you might do in person, but you can't do. So we need to facilitate a realistic and pragmatic approach to it. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next, we have Kimberly Turbin. Kimberly, you should be receiving a request on your end. Kimberly, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kimberly Turbin. I'm from Los Angeles and a volunteer with Consumer Watchdog. I'm talking about agenda item 6. So I would like to say we have a problem with transparency, especially in Bakersfield. A Bakersfield anesthesiologist recently surrendered his license after giving a mother the wrong medication prior to her C-section. Why is this a problem? Well, the hospital never reported the medication error until the Department of Public Health fined the hospital over $83,000 a month after Mercy Southwest was fined. They finally sent the board an 805 report. You based your accusation on this 805 report. Meanwhile, mothers in Bakersfield have no idea how dangerous this anesthesiologist was. We need some safeguards here for patients. When you receive an 805 report, we need it to be listed on the physician's profile. We need a listing that the state's 805 report, unsubstantiated, or 805 report. Hospital disciplinary actions, loss of hospital privileges. This mother ended up paralyzed, and she was not the only mother who suffered from a similar tragedy under the decree of this anesthesiologist. We want a policy change or a legislation that will give us information that every California patient deserves to know. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment.
Oh my God.
Next up here, we have Virginia. Virginia should be receiving that request on your end.
Hi again. As for the previous caller, it's my understanding the CMAs sued the medical board about publishing information on the website because they were going to do that when the website was new. And one of the newsletters said the CMA sued the board regarding that. So I'm not sure if that is what is blocking information from being put on there and is causing severe patient harm, which the CMA often does. One comment was said that the cases are often lost because of expert reviews. Yet we often complain about experts such as ones that have been banned federally for 10 years and they're still on your system. So how do you assess and address experts that are federally banned and should not even be on your board? What is being done about that? And how about experts that keep on having cases fail? Are you addressing those errors? Or are you just letting it happen? Second, Ms. Nichols said previously, the hospitals skirt the system. So does the doctors. You're working against false medical records. So these numbers mean nothing because you don't know the actual cases. Just like Susan's case was based on false records. Many others are based on false records, and you can't do your job on false records. So those numbers are good, but you have thousands of people that are uncounted because they never qualified. And those doctors are continuing to hurt people. And you are continuing to ignore this fact and never put false records on an agenda item. So you're doing disinformation, misinformation every day. How can you work with false records? How can you get accurate information when the records are false and you don't involve the patients or families in this process? What's the point of the board if the records aren't accurate? At what point will you address the situation? You're wasting thousands and thousands of dollars dealing with false records and not accurately doing your job. You're costing patients' lives. And while you think we waste your time, you waste our time. Susan lost 10 years of her life. I lost 10 years of my life because you guys didn't properly do your job. If you would have prevented it from happening in the first place, we would have a happy life. And 10 years later, more people are doing the same thing because you're doing the same thing over and over again. That's a definition of insanity. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next here we have Tracy. Tracy, you should be receiving that request on your end.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Okay. I am Tracy Dominguez, and I am from Bakersfield and a volunteer with Consumer Watchdog. My issue is the 805 reporting and posting requirements. Had you posted the 805 based on my daughter and my grandson's doctor losing hospital privileges in every hospital in Bakersfield, not only would my daughter and grandson be here today, but you would have stopped mass harm and deaths to mothers and babies in Bakersfield. I started here to advocate for my daughter and my grandson, but your inactions has turned me to advocate for every mother and baby in Bakersfield in the Central Valley. Again, that recent anesthesiologist case where the doctor gave the mom the wrong medication before her C-section is yet another example of your incomplete and failing Bakersfield moms. Like my daughter's doctor, the doctor harmed another mother 5 years earlier. He lost his privileges at least at 2 hospitals. Arthur Park lost privileges at every hospital in Bakersfield. Had you had taken action on his loss of hospital privileges at Adventist Health 3 years before my daughter and grandson's death, you would have saved their lives. Mercy Southwest Hospital was in hot water at the time that my daughter and grandson tragically died there due to their medical negligence. Arthur Park lost his privileges after my daughter's death. Where is that 805 report? I tried to get information from your staff, and I have been lied to. I was yelled at and mistreated. I want the issue of the 805 reporting placed on the December agenda. We need to look into this issue. I am tired of the settlement that we need doctors. We protect doctors' reputation and livelihoods over the patients' lives. We are talking about mothers and babies here. I am asking for a policy change or legislation that will help require you to post the physician's profile when you receive an 805 report. The tragedies need to stop. You're in position to make this change, and we will be here until you do. Please take this to heart and save another family from my tragedy. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up here, we have Xavier De Leon. Xavier, you should be receiving that request on your end. Xavier, looks like your line's open.
Can you guys hear me?
We can, yes, please go ahead.
Okay, perfect. My name is Xavier De Leon, and I'm from Bakersfield and a volunteer with Consumer Watchdog. As a father, it really pains me to see these maternal health tragedies keep occurring in my town. It is really difficult to read about another family who has had to suffer like my family has. A Bakersfield anesthesiologist gave the wrong medication to a mother prior to her C-section. Instead of giving her a numbing medication, he gave her a cardiac medication. The baby went home to a mother who was left paralyzed. This tragedy occurred in August of 2018, but the medication error and the loss of hospital privileges were not reported to you until almost a year later. Mercy Southwest Hospital did an internal investigation that same day and knew what error had occurred, but failed to report this never event to you until the California Department of Public Health fined them over $83,000. Your accusation against Dr. Raval was based on that 805 report. Why does this overlap with my story? Well, the Department of Public Health went in and investigated this case and fined Mercy Southwest Hospital in May of 2019, just 2 weeks after my son tragically died at the same hospital. The doctor harmed another mother in a very similar way at Bakersfield Memorial Hospital 5 years before. There was an 805 report on that incident and the loss of hospital privileges at Memorial. In my fiance and my son's case, their doctor harmed another mother 3 years before their death. He lost hospital privileges after Celeste Ortiz's death. Where was the 805 report on that? If you had taken action on a loss of hospital privileges, you could have changed the course of life for my fiance and son, along with at least 3 other Bakersfield moms that were harmed after Celeste died and before Demi and Malachi's death. This really needs to be changed. We are asking for a policy change or legislation that will require that when you receive an 805 report, that the following must be posted on the physician profile. For instance, 805 report, unsustained, or 805 report, hospital disciplinary action, loss of hospital privileges. We really need transparency that will save other lives. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next here we have Christina Hildebrand. Christina, let me send you that request. Christina, your line's open. You can go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Christina Hildebrand, a Voice for Choice Advocacy. I'm going to say I agree with the person who commented on having 3 people speak at once and only being given 1 public comment. It's very hard to keep track and confusing. So in the future, if we could get them separated out, that would be fabulous. I wanted to speak to the numbers game that's going on here. And I come to this every time to this medical board meeting. I come to them and I hear all these people complaining that their cases have not been heard or not been heard correctly, or they are moving slowly. And then I hear the numbers of doctors being disciplined and having their licenses revoked. And I come from the opposite end of the spectrum, but it comes with exactly the same complaints, or not exactly the same, but similar complaints. So the doctors who have given vaccine medical exemptions over the past 6 years for children in school, between 2016 and 2020, those were allowed to be based on family medical history and genetics and a number of other things, which the California Medical Board has not recognized at all, even though the law said that it could be said nothing about standard of care. Those doctors have been witch hunted. They have been brought before your pseudo court, whatever you want to call it, whatever it is. The patients, again, similar to the patients that I'm hearing from, have never been given their day in that court, whatever you want to call it, given any of their opinion. And these doctors seem to have their disciplinary actions pushed through at rapid speed. And they get, their license is revoked. The more the doctor pushes back, interestingly enough, the harsher the discipline. Those doctors that push back really, really hard have had their licenses revoked. The doctors that haven't pushed back have gotten as little as a public reprimand, even though the accusation is identical for those different doctors. It just isn't a fair process. It's not a fair process for the doctors, and it's not a fair process for the patients. I think if you asked every single one of those patients whether their doctors treated them and their children correctly, and whether they gave them valid medical exemptions under the law, and those medical exemptions were accepted by schools and by
30
CDPA
seconds remaining.
under the law, the answer is yes. And so there is you got a problem on both ends of the spectrum here, and you're not doing your job on either end. And I really, really ask that you look at that deeply from both sides, because you're losing good doctors and you're not getting rid of the bad ones. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up here, we have Michelle Montserrat Ramos. Michelle, let me send you that request there.
Good morning. I am Michelle Montserrat Ramos, and I'm with Consumer Watchdog. There is so much work that needs to be done here, and sometimes it is difficult to identify what will make a significant difference. In working with all my advocacy team with their complaints, I have a clear view of some of the breakdowns in the system. One breakdown is 805 reporting. You have heard from enough of my advocacy team about the Bakersfield doctors who lose their hospital privileges, and the hospital either reports them or waits almost a year to file the 805 report after a hefty fine. This is a problem. Just as big of a problem is that your staff is trained to not tell the public if an 805 report has been received. We don't want to see the report. We just want to know that you have received one and why. My advocacy team has been lied to, yelled at, and mistreated, and that is unacceptable. If a hospital has taken the step to end a doctor's hospital privileges because they don't trust them with the care of their patients, then that is significant enough that the public has the right to know. On behalf of the public, we're asking you to make a policy change or seek legislation to post 805 report notifications on the physician profile, which means if you receive an 805 report, then we're requesting that you post on the physician profile 805 report unsubstantiated or 805 report hospital disciplinary action, loss of hospital privileges. We are pleased that you used an 805 report to file an accusation in the 2018 case. During this time frame, many mothers face this anesthesiologist with no idea of his dangerous past. This is basic information that the public deserves to know. Please place this issue on the December board agenda, and let's fix this issue for the public. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. This time, President Lawson, no additional question queue.
All right, thank you, Sean. We'll bring it back to the board. It looks like Dr. Hawkins has a comment or a question.
Yeah, just want to inquire, we investigate all 805 reports, and sometimes they even result in a physician not being able to practice immediately. And I don't know if this is the proper time to comment about 805 reports, or if it needs to be given the time it may require as an agenda item. I'm just bringing it up. We acknowledge we've heard enough about it. It's important enough. We do investigate, but I don't know if it's clear to everyone what the board does with the 805 reports, except we investigate all of them.
Thanks, Dr. Hawkins. And I'll ask our staff if anyone has any comments on that specifically, because I do know, there is absolutely validity to the comments that we've heard from the public, that sometimes we don't actually receive those reports, right? And then can't take action. And we had some legislation on that particular issue, but it's something we can also talk about during the agenda item on what we'd like to have in our sunset review, if this is of interest. But I don't know if our staff has any comments they'd like to make about 805 reports, just in response to what we've heard so far.
Hi, this is Carrie Webb, and I'm happy to. I think that many of the advocates know that the board is limited as to what it can post on the physician's profile based on Business and Professions Code Section 2027. And so a legislative change to expand what is posted on the physician's profile would be required.
Thank you, Ms. Webb. We can have further conversation about that. Bill, I see you as well. Is there something you'd like to add?
Just very briefly, I mean, yeah, this may be something that should be a separate agenda item, but just very briefly, yes, all the matters that are brought to the board's attention are investigated. And also what the board has done is brought actions against institutions for failure to report. And that's something which we actively look at as well.
Thank you. It sounds like this is an interest, an issue that is of some interest to the board. And so perhaps we can have some further conversation during, another agenda item today, or even as a future agenda item on a subsequent agenda. Are there any other comments or questions from board members regarding the external stakeholder reports? Okay, I said we were going to get a break in mid-morning. That didn't happen. I didn't have an opportunity, or I didn't see the right opportunity. So what I'm going to do is combine our lunch break and our mid-morning break right now and have us come back at 12:15. So that's in just over 30 minutes, if that looks like it works for everyone. And when we come back in 30 minutes, we'll be taking up agenda item 7, updates from the physician assistant board. So we'll see you back in 30 minutes. Thanks, everyone. All right, well, let's go ahead and get restarted here. We do have a number of members of the public who have joined us too, and I want to acknowledge that. Thank you all. Again, I'm planning to take our next break at about 2:30 or whenever, right around that time, an agenda item permits us to take a break. So just to make sure the public's aware of that, we'll probably be taking a 15-minute break somewhere around 2:30 where there's a good breaking point. We'll now move on to the next agenda item, which is agenda item 7, which is updates from the physician assistant board. And Dr. Hawkins, I think that's you.
Yes, it is. Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to briefly report some of the important activities of the physician assistant board, PA board. I'm a non-voting member of the PA board appointed in August of 2020. The physician assistant board last met virtual August 8th of this year. I reported previously that the PA board is now independent of the Medical Board of California. The mission of the physician assistant board is to protect and serve consumers through licensing, education, and objective enforcement of physician assistant laws and regulations. There are a total of 287 accredited physician assistant programs in the U.S. and 19 programs in California. PA programs are a 3-year postgraduate program. Average number of students per program is 46, with current annual capacity of 883. The PA board agenda and meeting material can be viewed at its homepage at pab.ca.gov. Click on the board meeting link located on the right lower homepage, and I refer you there for details. My report to the PA board earlier this month is relevant to the medical board staff, board members, physicians, advocates, and consumers. I want to briefly reiterate portions of my report here. I want to emphasize that this is my report. The Medical Board Quarterly newsletter is available at our website. I recommend this be read by all, and pleased by comments today suggesting the newsletter is being critically reviewed. I highlighted 3 articles in this report. First, there was a brief review of the May 6, 2022 board's participation in a Senate Business Professions and Economic Development Committee oversight hearing to review some of the board's 2022 enforcement legislative proposals. Second, Physician extortion scam update, where scammers posing as law enforcement officers, as well as DEA and board staff calling California physicians as part of an extortion scheme. Please note that law enforcement officers, DEA agents, and board staff never contact physicians to demand money or any other form of payment. Reporting contact information is in the newsletter. Third, the medical board's draft updated guidelines for prescription of opioid medications for pain. This is also item number 9 on today's agenda. The board released a draft of updated guidelines on our website. The board's revised guidelines now place the decision of what to prescribe to patients solely on the physician and the needs of the patients. The guidelines highly encourage physicians to document their prescription decisions in the patient's records and keep the records up to date. It also incorporates legislation such as mandatory consultation with cures and the requirement to prescribe all controlled substances electronically with certain exceptions. There are other important topics in the new letters, including consumer corners and some other items which I refer you to. Lastly, I want to highlight that our own Christina D. Lawson, President of the Medical Board of California, was the recipient of the Federation of State Medical Boards Award of Merit at its 110th annual meeting in New Orleans this April. This award is given to individuals in recognition of an activity or contribution that has positively impacted and strengthened the profession of medical licensees and disciplines and helps enhance public protections. She was recognized for her steadfast leadership in upholding the mission of the board while facing harassment, threats, and unwanted political pressures that actually really did occur, especially in the COVID-19 era with the rapid rise of misinformation and disinformation. This ends my report.
Thank you, Dr. Hawkins. Are there any questions or comments from members about Dr. Hawkins' report about the PA board? All right, let's open up for public comment, Sean.
Yes, the Q&A window and the hand raising feature have been activated. Anyone wishing to make a public comment on this agenda item? First up here, we have Eric Andrews. Eric should be receiving that request.
Can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
First, why are these reports about the physician assistant board still a part of the meetings if they're no longer a part of the board? It just extends the meetings even longer. Secondly, not really an achievement to be honored by the FSMB when they clearly have an agenda that many times has nothing to do with patient safety. They're very pro-doctor, so I don't know, Christina. That's not really a very big honor. Thanks.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up, we have Rosie Arthur's-Daughter. Rosie, I'll send you that request here.
Okay. I just wanted to comment on the guidelines. I know it's going to be an upcoming agenda item. We also have one on medical experts. In my research that I've been doing for this meeting and for some other projects, I've come up on a couple of errors. There's glowing omissions in the available guidelines in the draft guidelines and in the old guidelines. So I have forwarded that information and I'll bring it up later. There's also
Ms. Arthur's-Daughter, this is the remark or comments on the physician assistant board updates.
Oh, okay. Well, he mentioned other things, so I thought that was
right. We will be taking up that those other matters later on our agenda, so I'd encourage you to bring up those matters during the appropriate agenda item.
Okay. Well, with physician assistants, this would be pertaining to other people in that sort of a position as well, who are supervised by physicians, that there have been some areas that have become safe havens for persons with discipline. And we know from other speakers here that that is an ongoing issue, as well as inaccurate electronic health records, who are also oftentimes updated by physician assistants, medical assistants, nurse practitioners, etc. And those are areas that still need to be worked out, because just because a programmer writes a program for a medical record does not mean that it's going to be applicable in every discipline or, across the board. And the information needs to be there so physicians can get it, not just to provide a person with payment. Oftentimes, entries are made that they get paid by the insurance company for the service, not to enhance the patient's record or to make it accurate. So that's something that needs to be looked at in every discipline, including physician assistants. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next here we have Black Patients Matter. Should be receiving that request on your end. Nope. Looks like dropped off. At this time, President Lawson. Nope. Okay, trying Black Patients Matter again here.
Yes, hello. I'm not sure what happened there. Yes, so Black Patients Matter here. I'm beginning to, I guess we are becoming somewhat concerned about how engaged members are with minority health as far as discussing it amongst the during board meetings. And so certainly,
May I please ask you to stay on the agenda item here? It's updates from the physician.
Certainly, Dr. Hawkins has done a great deal for the community, but we are becoming concerned that the statements he's putting out and his engagement with diversity and health equity may be lacking. And so we do have some concerns here. So certainly in his professional life outside of the medical board meetings, I don't doubt that he's done a great deal. But during the medical board meetings,
can you please repeat this comment
about his engagement?
Board?
Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. This time, President Lawson, not seeing any additional requests in queue.
All right, thank you. We'll bring it back to the board. Are there any questions or comments for Dr. Hawkins? All right, seeing none, let's move on to our next agenda item, which is agenda item 8, executive management reports. And Mr. Prasivka, I think that's you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The reports are before the board. In the interest of time, I will attempt to be brief. Myself and the entire team are here to answer any queries that may arise. The first one is the administrative summary. As indicated on page 1, the executive continues to consult very intensely with our major stakeholders, and these include obviously the Attorney General's Office, HQIU, and the Department of Consumer Affairs. Moving on, in terms of the staffing update, as we have indicated previously, vacancy rate is a concern. Vacancy rates are rising. This is a matter of great concern to the board. It is a concern which is shared across many state bodies, which are having difficulties in terms of retention and recruiting staff. We treat this as an absolute priority. Just by way of illustration, in the last couple of months, we have conducted or scheduled over 80 interviews attempting to fill positions, and we will continue to do everything we can to fill those vacancies. In terms of the budget update, as the board is very well aware, the board is not currently on a sustainable financial footing. That is clarified in terms of the budget update. We have received the $10 million loan from the Automotive Repair Board. This makes us solvent, but again, only on a short-term basis. And so the budget update continues to reinforce the need to look at the fees, which have not been changed in many years. So that remains obviously a legislative priority of the board. Going on to media and external relations, this has been obviously a very busy time for the board. The August newsletter has been released. In August 5th, the board participated in a roundtable discussion in relation to the Mexico pilot project. We'll have a separate agenda item on that coming up. As indicated further, the Deputy Director and the Public Information Manager met with Michelle Montserrat Ramos of Consumer Watchdog on the 14th of July. The board hosted an interested parties meeting in relation to the guidelines for prescribing controlled substances. That again is a separate item. I want to thank all those who participated in what was a very productive meeting. On June 20th, the board member James Heelser was confirmed unanimously by the California Senate. And again, we want to thank Dr. Heelser for representing the board so well in all of his confirmation hearings. We've released guidance on monkeypox, and we've sent out information in relation to scams targeting physicians and surgeons in California. In relation to the physician survey redesign, the HGuy survey was launched on the 13th of July in 2020. We have an update there on the complaint tracking system. We know this is of great interest to the board. We can, Sean and Reggie can update you on the particulars there, but just to highlight that we're looking to have some public stakeholder meetings on this issue and looking to commence those before the end of the year. In terms of the wallet cards, we have printed over 22,000 wallet licenses have been generated, and there's also an update there in terms of the docs program and the online complaints form, which has been redesigned. Moving on to the enforcement program. Enforcement remains a priority for the board. It consumes upwards of 80% of our resources, and this has been a very busy time for the board as well. Cost recovery was introduced on the 1st of January, and we have some of the preliminary results there listed of costs that have been recovered. So far to date, we have identified 40 cases, and costs of $239,000 have been recovered. I want to have a word of caution here because we are only allowed to recover costs incurred from the 1st of January onward. So these numbers may appear quite low, but in many of these cases, the bulk of the work would have predated the 1st of January, and those costs are not recoverable. We know that this is a great priority of the board and one that we're very actively managing. But it will take some time before we get a clearer picture of the quantum of costs that actually can be recovered there. At the last board meeting, an issue was raised as to how many letters of advice we have issued to date. Well, it's very simple. We have issued none. And the reasons for that are very simple. Under the legislation, we cannot issue any letters of advice until regulations have been promulgated. No regulations have been promulgated by us. Further, the particular legislation provides that these letters of advice cannot be issued in cases involving patient care. The reasons we asked for the letters of advice was to have a mandatory means of having remediation applicable to a physician in a non-adversarial setting. The only reasons that they exist is so that the physician can do something to improve their practice. If we're limited to cases not dealing with patient care, it is hard to see the relevance of this whatsoever. So the simple answer is we've issued no letters, we can issue no letters, and it's not foreseeable that any letters will be issued in the future. As has been stated, the enforcement monitor appointed by DCA has started their work. They're actually physically located here at the medical board's main offices. The board staff has been working very intensely with them, providing them with the information that they require. I want to thank our enforcement staff and the ISB staff for doing a lot of work, giving them all the information that required to running searches and collecting data in the form that the enforcement monitor requires. And we're absolutely dedicated to working with the enforcement monitor in as transparent and helpful manner as possible to facilitate their very important work. Moving on, in terms of the expert reviewer program, we're actively managing 627 experts. This is a very high priority for the board. The expert reports go to the very heart of many of our disciplinary cases. And so the issue of training, reviewing experts, retaining new experts is an absolute priority, and that is also reflected in the report there. In terms of the Central Complaints Unit, again, the average days to initiate a complaint is 5, and it's been consistently low. This is a great tribute to our staff who are actively trying to manage the cases as efficiently as possible. And there's also summary information about the Central Investigative Office, the Discipline Coordination Unit, and the Probation Office, and we'll be happy to answer any questions there. Moving on to the licensing program, this has been a very busy time for the licensing section. In fact, an unprecedentedly busy time. As we've indicated in the report, applications are up more than 68% from last year. Licenses issues, physician and surgeons licenses issued are up 84%. Again, the staff has been pushed and strained. We've done everything we can to facilitate extra working time. This is a very busy time, and we've managed to keep all the deadlines within the statutory basis. And this is all, of course, due to the changes in the law, which necessitated issuing more physician and surgeon's license than would have been the case in previous years. We have an update here in terms of the Mexico pilot project. And again, we have a special section there in terms of the evaluations, but we have issued 18 licenses. A 5th community health center has begun to participate, and we're dedicated to working with all the stakeholders there, with UC Davis doing the evaluation to ensure that our statutory requirements are met in relation to this program. In terms of the webmaster update, again, we've received many queries and we've managed them very well. The Consumer Information Unit, at a time of unprecedented demand, has been working very hard. And I particularly want to thank the licensing unit for conducting a lot of outreach during this time with the stakeholders, which is very important given the increased demand for our services. I think with that, I'd like to close and to say that we're available to answer any questions or queries.
Thank you, Mr. Pasifka. Are there questions from board members at this time? Lubiano?
Thank you. Thanks, Bill, for the update. I saw in there you had the section on the complaint tracking system and how now the plan is to hold some stakeholder meetings to help gather input. And so I wanted to mention that it said here that you needed a few board members to facilitate that process. So I'm happy to volunteer and take that up, and so that we can, keep pushing it forward. I saw you want to try to get 2 meetings in before the end of the year. I think that's very possible. So count me in on your team for that. And the other thing I wanted to mention to my fellow board members as well as to the public, Bill included in here the report about our expert reviewer program and the survey that we sent out, which I think has given us, a good amount of data and metrics to work from. And so I wanted folks to know that that is an area of interest for me. I've taken up that torch and have been working very closely with Ms. Jones, Ms. Kelly, and Ms. Smith to keep pushing that forward. And so know that that's an area of great importance to me and that I'll be helping with that. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lubiano. I did see Dr. Bullott's hand, and then I'm tracking yours, so we'll get to the others in a minute. Dr. Bullitt?
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Francisca, please count me in as well for the complaint that is near and dear to my heart. And also, as far as expert reviewers, having been an expert reviewer for the board some 20 years ago and intermittently, if there's anything that I can do to assist Ms. Lubiano or you, please let me know.
Terrific, thanks. I saw Mr. Brooks' hand go up, and Dr. Thorpe, I saw you. We'll get to you next.
Mr. Prisco, thank you very much for your presentation today. One of the things that we've talked about on the complaint tracking system is how we submit the numbers on the website. We tend to submit every complaint that comes in. We know about 40 to maybe to 60%, given the time of year, aren't complaints that are even germane to the agency. Have we corrected that?
The complaint, the way that we report complaints is a matter of sort of long established policy, which fits into the reporting requirements of all DCA agencies. What we did in the last annual report is to set out a further breakdown, giving more detail into particularly what we called actionable and non-actionable complaints. So we are always here to try to, better explain and to clarify what we do. And I think we made a significant improvement in the last annual report. But if we're going to completely change the way that we report and have different categories, I think maybe that should be something that we can put on a future agenda item. We can have a complete presentation. And I think there needs to be a sort of collective board agreement to that.
Yeah, so the change is for the other board members that I've been asking for, and I think it's a practical change, and I haven't seen any written policy on why the board is currently presenting its information as it is. As a complaint comes in, it might not be germane to the medical board. It could be a complaint that should go to the dental board, to the board of pharmacy, but yet we keep those numbers and we post those numbers. And so it really skews the statistics when the public is looking at it. What I am asking is, those numbers are irrelevant. They don't tell the story of the medical board. So why do we even post them or track them? And I don't think it really takes a committee to figure that out. If that's the process we have to go through, then let's discuss that at a future meeting. But I don't understand why we can't just identify the complaints that are germane to the medical board.
Well, the one suggestion, what we've identified there's about 20-25% of complaints that come into us which are not within jurisdiction. And that was identified at the last annual report. So what you're proposing that we do is we simply take those out of the system entirely. It's as if they don't exist. And we'd be happy to entertain that as a suggestion.
I think it's good business practice. The public doesn't care about the complaints that come to the dentist board or the board of pharmacy. They care about the number of complaints that are germane to the medical board. I don't see the fertility of utilizing or providing those numbers, because it doesn't do any good to the public. It doesn't have to do with public safety. It has nothing to do with the jurisdiction of the medical board. We're just providing numbers to provide numbers that creates confusion. And if we have to have a committee meeting or agendize that, that's fine. But I just don't see the efficacy of why we do it in the first place.
If I can come in here, Mr. Pacifica, Mr. Brooks, I did want to point out there is a code section actually that pertains to the board's medical report, and one of the items in there that we are required to report is the number of complaints received. So there is a fair amount of statute involved that the board has to follow when it is compiling its annual report. And to Mr. Persifka's point, we wanted to supplement that required information with the additional context with regard to those complaints that are non-germane and those other matters. So hope that helps.
Yeah, and Aaron, a quick question. If we're required to report that number, can we report it as a footnote instead of as, highlight? I mean, it should be at the very bottom of the page to the left-hand side and check the boxes. Yes, we're complying, but it doesn't benefit the medical board or the public.
I think we could probably take a look at, I would probably want to, before I say something that might not be true, so I'd probably say we want to probably take a look at what the law requires. I think to Bill's earlier point, there's a lot of custom and practice, I think, as well, to the boards, designing and displaying information in the way that it has. But yeah, certainly happy to take a look at what flexibility that we have and how we can present the most full and accurate picture of our workload.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, yeah, well, just to add on to what Mr. Brooks has pointed out, I agree with his point. I do think there is, I don't know how much work is involved in getting those complaints that are inappropriate to the medical board transferred to the appropriate agency. And I don't know if that's a significant amount of work or if that's what that is, but there may be some reason to report it based on some work that the medical board is doing to get those those inaccurate reports to the right agency. But I agree with you, Mr. Brooks, that shouldn't be the featured aspect of our numbers, and that should be a footnote as opposed to being the primary feature. And then just on another question, Bill, I just had a question. And again, thank you for your report. So I'm looking at the agenda item 8B graph on page 17 that talks about average days to complete investigations in the complaint investigations office on our agenda. And it's puzzling to me. I mean, I'm just asking, is there some structural reason for why in fiscal year 19 and 20, the complaints were significantly lower, and then over the last couple of years, they've climbed back from the 160 to 170 range, back up to the 330 to 370 range this year. Is there? Can you give us some understanding of why that graph is so obviously abnormal or different, I should say?
Well, no, it certainly tells the story. I think as we briefed the board members previously, it's because of a certain tranche of cases that required subpoena enforcement issues. But I'd like Ms. Jones to elaborate on that.
Hello, my name is Jenna Jones. I'm the Chief of Enforcement. Yes, Bill is correct. The increase was due to amount of cases requiring subpoena enforcement, as well as the COVID situation. We had a lot of difficulty getting records initially and information, and so that did slow it down. But thankfully, it is starting to come back down.
So, from your perspective, that's primarily due to the COVID, restrictions and the decrease in communication during that time, and now we're playing some sort of catch up in that. Is that correct?
Well, I think it's also because of the increase of the vaccination cases, which raise issues of subpoena enforcement.
Exactly.
Okay.
Subpoena enforcement was a huge factor.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Watkins.
Yes, while Jenna is there, Ms. Jones, I have a few questions on the data that you provided on page 23, item 8B, and it pertains to all the administrative outcomes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. On financial year 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20, the 5 financial periods that you provided data for, can you give me the source of where you got those numbers?
All of this information comes from our ISB department, from the historical numbers.
Because these numbers are all overstated and inconsistent with the annual report numbers. That is publicly available numbers. So and they're not just overstated, they kind of grossly overstated over the margin of error, as in, for the revocation, I mean, it's averaging in the 20% that it's overstated. On the accusations, it's overstated by another 11%. And, the probation period kind of stayed more or less the same. So I just want you to have a look at that so that these numbers are consistent, because what it does, it doesn't build confidence in the board's ability to keep these numbers in credible. And I'm concerned about that because the numbers are the only data that the board provides to the public. And if we cannot rely on the actual annual report numbers that we publish, then we are also, we are in trouble, because then I can't rely on the numbers that you put out now, because it just raises a red flag that these numbers are running back 5 years and they're all different, every one of them. And that's concerning to me. So perhaps you can just, line that up and look into that for us.
Yes, sir. I'll be happy to look into it. I will try to get you some answers.
Yes, and also the thing that concerned me today was hearing again from Bakersfield folks, and it was almost like having a deja vu about the Bakersfield calling in again. The folks from Bakersfield, who we know are very active in advocating for their rights, and complaining to the board about, things that are happening within their environment. And they are saying, we are not responsive. So I'm going to make this request again, since you are the chief of enforcement, whether we can actually follow up, and at the next board meeting, we can get clarity on what is happening in Bakersfield with regard to the 805 reporting, what has gone wrong, so that we can just give the folks there adherence, that we like the confidence that we are attending to their needs, because we neglected to do that in the past.
Well, is this a request, Mr. Hawkins, that we put the Dr. Park matter on the agenda for the next board meeting?
Well, this was with reference to the 805 reporting, and if there are issues with regard to 805 reporting.
Is this 805 reporting in Bakersfield?
Yes.
Well, I mean, that's something we can discuss with the president and vice president, if we can give a separate presentation on that.
Well, what these
DJ,
folks that
these folks hop in real quick. I think the question is really, and I like the way where you're going, but I think the question more is an understanding of the process. How when an 805 report comes in, then what do we do with it?
Yeah, I think it makes sense for us to have an overall agenda item on that. I mean, for clarification, an 805 report did not come in, right, in the Bakersfield matter initially. So that's part of the problem. Part of the problem was our enforcement against the hospital itself, right, for not filing that 805 report. So I think we should have a separate agenda item on this. I actually think this is something that should be part of our sunset proposal in order to fix problems where there are problems. And we've made those proposals and in fact have had some improvements in the past through legislation. But I'm happy to have that be a separate, and it's not just 805 reports, there are other reports of a similar nature that are required to be filed. So I think it would make sense for us to look at that sort of panoply of reports that we're supposed to get and whether or not those programs are actually effective at this point in time. Mr. Watkins, does that address your concern there?
That addressed my concern on the enforcement. Quick question to Bill. Is it possible that we could receive, at least like 70 to 80% of the board meeting materials just longer than a week out? It will just make my life a little bit, well, I think every board member's life a little bit more organized, because to scramble to get all these things together, and I'm not complaining, I'm just saying I'm not used to working on the board stuff. It usually I get it way in time. With this regard to the board prep, we have the panel and I've established that we don't get the case decisions in on time. So there's some of those issues that we will resolve on that end. But on this end, if we could just do that, that's my first request.
Well, if I can I just address that very briefly? It's that, well, look, the executive is here to report to the board in the manner that the board wants. Now, if you wanted a week ahead of time, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, we'll do whatever it is that you want. The only thing that I will say is that there are certain items on the agenda which you can well understand that literally we only get the information at a very late stage, such as updates on legislation. As you know, poor Aaron has to work, all hours of the night in the last week because changes are happening. But if the board wants everything that we can give them 3 weeks ahead of time, we're happy to do that.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, you see, because obviously that's not what I'm experiencing. Anyway, moving forward, my next question is a little bit more interesting because it pertains to something that happened at the front end of the meeting. And there's a part where for the liaison, a meeting was scheduled with Michelle Ramos Alsred, but no other patient advocates that are working in that space. I would just like to understand what was the reasoning behind that, because there's quite an array of patient advocates that are seemingly keen to be participating in such a liaison, including those experienced. Ms. Hollingsworth, I think she mentioned that she has an experience in this area, extensive in another space. So I just want to understand that, because one of the reasons why we actually, Bill, hired you was because you came in with a vast array of experience of bringing out the different consumer groups and patient advocates. And I just would like to see more of that happening, not less of that happening, even though it's difficult. I know it's not easy, but I'm asking us to do the difficult things now and get people participating in the board to kind of lower the temperature of the levels of, dis-ease they feel with the board. And how do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, maybe Mr. Varghese can explain the context in which he met with Ms. Montserrat Ramos. Maybe that could explain how we do things.
I'll be happy to. Mr. Watkins, actually, Mr. Monster Ramos has been trying to engage with the staff for over a year. Actually, we we've been trying to schedule her time, and finally we were able to manage a time that is suitable for her and myself and Mr. Carlos. And we met for about an hour on Teams. And this is purely based on her request. And that's definitely, that avenue is open to anyone. That we are here, we are public servants. So we work for you on a day in, day out for the board. And it's our pleasure to meet with the public stakeholders anytime they want to meet, whether they're in person here in Sacramento or by Teams or phone. We just need to schedule the time ahead of time so we can meet with them. Of course, those dialogues are very productive. We managed to exchange ideas, and we valued her input, and we're working on them. And so that courtesy is extended to anyone. So for that matter,
Does that include Ms. Hollingsworth?
anybody, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you. That concludes my questioning. I'm happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watkins. I just wanted to point out to you that it appears that there's a difference in the way that the reporting in our annual report on page 15, the 2020 to 2021 annual report presents its data. That's different than what appears on page 8B23. And if you combine the administrative outcomes information in the annual report with the probation violation outcomes, you get the precise number that is here in the board's report on 8B23. So I don't think there's a difference. I just think it's the combination of data, and perhaps that wasn't clear in the report, but it looks like it's the same. Okay, and just for reference to Mr. Watkins, I've met with Marian Hollingsworth. I met with her in between the last board meeting and this one. So I was actually going to talk about the advisory committee idea that she shared. I was going to talk about that during our section on the complaint liaison unit. So that line of communication is definitely open with her and with others. And we'll continue that. All right. I think Dr. Hawkins had his hand up.
Oh, thank you very much. Bill's about licensing, and it's possible that I may have missed it in reviewing the charts, and Marina may help me, and we may need the information going forward. So you mentioned about staff shortages, which we understand, and we have some efficiencies with licensing with the application process, which is helpful. So I wonder how we're doing with that, just related to licensing. And I realize it looks like we have bumps in postgraduate training licenses as well as just physician and surgeon licensing. And I wonder if we have an idea going forward where those doctors are going to. Are they reach geographically, and what type of specialties? We know that doctors are retiring, et cetera. And we know that primary care is something that's needed. Citizens talk about they can't get a good primary care doctor. And so I just want to know if we can get that information in the future, so we have an idea which direction we're going in the state of California. We're going to licensing and physician availability geographically and by especially primary care.
No, you're not on.
Hi, this is Marina O'Connor. I'm the licensing chief, and we haven't looked at that data, but I believe we could, that we do have the specialty when they're in their postgraduate training program. So we do have that information. As you know, they can obtain a full and unrestricted license after 1 year of training. So where they go from there, we don't track after they're issued a license. With the exception of the physician survey, they can voluntarily provide that information on the physician survey at the time their license is issued and for each renewal. But as far as licensing data, we only collect the specialty in regards to their postgraduate training program, but we could look at that. I believe we could look at that data. I'd have to work with our ISB unit and see what we could put together. But maybe we could put something together and provide it to you and see if it's what you're looking for.
Well, thank you very much. I'm willing to talk about that offline, and we may not need to reinvent the wheel. There's workforce entity, state of California, and they may be tracking that in a way that actually saves us time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Additional board member questions? All right, well, let's move on to public comment then, please, Sean.
Yes. The Q&A window and the hand raising feature have been activated. Again, if anyone is on a call in line and would like to make a comment, you can press *3 in order to raise your hand that way as well. First up here, we have Eric Andrews. Eric, I'm sending you that request.
Can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Boy, Bill's getting testy again. I wonder what else will disappear now. Also, it's easy to blame COVID for everything, isn't it? I think the problem with the 805s is that the ones you do receive are not made public in that they were received. I understand that the content of the reports are confidential. So thanks, Ryan. Great points. They are always there to explain, but they don't want to put it on paper so that it can't be held against them in mass. They always jump to the statute to hide having to do what's right by saying they can only do what the statute says. But there's a number of things that the board actually does that's not part of a statute. One thing, for instance, is that there's no statute that says the board has to have an iPhone app. And custom and practice, Aaron, is irrelevant when the practices don't work. TJ, they don't want you to have the board materials early because they have to make it available to the public simultaneously. The materials used to come out a lot earlier. So Bill didn't get his tyrannical legislation passed that would have allowed him to handle any doctor discipline with a confidential letter. Let's have a round of applause for the advocates that warned the legislature about his intentions. It's interesting that Bill doesn't think that patient advocates should be included under the umbrella of major stakeholders. I touched on this earlier, but why aren't advocates ever invited to meetings like the one with the new enforcement monitor, even if it's done remotely in listen-only mode? Do you have something to hide from the public in these meetings that you have? Bill also talked about sending out information on scams against doctors. Wouldn't it be prudent to inform public about the scam the medical board puts forth in promoting that they protect us from bad doctors when that's really the exception, not the rule? So the fact that Bill says consumer protection is the priority for the board is once again merely lip service. Just because he says it doesn't mean it's true. The more you keep saying things that are untrue, the less faith we have in that you'll ever be honest about anything. When one signs on to be a juror, and Christina, you should know this to be true, they're often told that if they find a witness has testified falsely about one thing, they can disregard all that the witness testimony as being unreliable and not credible. That's what we're beginning to do with far too many of you, especially Bill Prasivka and Christina Lawson. FYI, Marion's idea of an advocate committee like CDPH has was brought up to this board years ago. Go back to the minutes and take a look. The fact that you're just now acting on such a great idea is repugnant. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up here we have Susan Lauren. Susan, you should be receiving that request.
Hi, I missed part of this because I have to take care of someone here, so I'm going to comment on what I heard. About the 805 reports, what happens with ambulatory centers? Because the doctor who assaulted me owns the center and he runs it with his wife. So in ambulatory centers, there is such a dangerous lack of oversight. And this is why some people, including me, suggest that everything in ambulatory centers needs to be recorded. There's just way too much harm going on. Now, the procedure shouldn't happen in the first place. And I also heard you talking about the experts. And I say it every time, you can't have experts who do the same scam, bad procedures, standing up for their colleagues. Not only in my own court case did I see these guys piling on this band of brothers to lie for each other, but Berger harmed me almost 11 years ago, and I've connected every day because I'm in a virtual prison by what he did to my body. I can't go out, I can't do anything, and I connect with other people that have been harmed in California and around the world. This is a genocide. Men are being harmed. It is mostly female. This is a female genocide. I don't get why can't I have a meeting with someone and not with someone that says, oh, I'm not going to be able to do anything, or we're going for low-hanging fruit, or that's in the past. This is a genocide. This plastic surgery stuff, a lot of it, and they're mixing it with reconstructive surgery. So you can't even separate out someone like me, you know, goes in because it was a structural thing that I went for. And people after breast cancer are getting harmed, and people who go in for sex changes thinking that's going to help their life, they're getting harmed, and then they want to kill themselves. I know many people who say, I wish I had just, you know, and I support people living their best life, but I don't think that living their best life is being harmed by misinformation, disinformation, and assaults and cover-ups. So this, like liposuction, was a Stepford procedure. It actually was. That's how the doctors described it. They wanted everyone to look, they said everyone wants to look the same, homogenous. That's what we're doing. I want to know how to move this forward. My voice shakes. I don't sound like I used to because of what was done to me physically. There's pieces of my body missing. So this isn't how I normally sounded. What can I do? I want to protect people. Please help me to help protect people. Figure it out, please. That's all I want, because what I'm going through should never happen to anyone. Okay, can we figure that out, please? Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up here, we have Rosie Arthur's daughter. Rosie, you should be receiving that request.
Okay, got it. First thing is, my name, Rosie Arthur's daughter. I'm of Swedish descent. And that's my online name because I was a whistleblower at one time in a matter that started out at the medical board and went to the other board where it went to. And it was a third-party report, although there were patients who did come online. And the complaint I wrote had over 120 violations, every single one of which was independently verified by the investigators from the board. So when I say I have evidence of something, I'm not blowing smoke. Now, I've been a patient, client, consumer advocate for 50 years. I've worked in an exempt county position. I have helped in other administrative law situations, Social Security, disability, etc. So my name may sound funny, but there's a reason why I use that. Now, if you're looking for money, as they say, follow the money. You have numerous medical organizations, groups, practices, etc., that have been prosecuted by the feds for Medicare fraud. If you look to those places, you're going to find something. Typically, IPAs, large HMOs, etc., they'll double bill for procedures. You know, they take 2 x-rays, they bill for 5, these types of things. So while you don't normally look at money, when you follow those and you go to the medical records, you're going to find with this electronic health record, all sorts of things. Time after time after time, the entire thing is copied, especially in the pain management groups. They copy it and they add a couple of things in there to say that you've been in the office. You have to get separate reports, open them all up to find out when the first instance of a particular comment is. So you can find places to give to your enforcement monitor. Okay. And that's a good place to start and a healthy place to start because they do this with impunity. And in the pain management, they know that their patients aren't going to report them because they won't have any care and nobody else will take them. So that's it. That's where you can look.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next, we have Black Patients Matter.
Yes, hello. So as I'm listening to these comments, we're trying to understand why Christina Lawson is willing to meet with Ms. Hollingsworth, a white lady, but refuses to meet with Black Patients Matter. Not only that, as the evidence would show, whenever we speak, especially at today's meeting, she cuts us off. And if it's a question of going off topic or whatever else, it seems that, at least, again, what the evidence will show is that she just picks out our group and not the other speakers. So clearly, there will not be justice for Black patients until Ms. Lawson either steps down or will be a defendant in another one of our federal civil rights lawsuits, in which case we will have evidence of her bias. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next here we have Virginia. Virginia should be receiving that request.
Hello. I think it's interesting we're concerned about the 805s, but we have plastic surgeons from 2006. They're still harming people. They kill people, and they were just posted this year. So from 2006 until now, these plastic surgeons have been hurting people. And nobody on the board has mentioned the importance of addressing that. I'm also concerned that we pick out a couple of concerns from advocates and leave out others. And it was downplayed by one advocate that she knows all the concerns because she had so many people with us, but we also know our concerns because we lived with it and we have other people we talk to. So false records, again, needs to be addressed. Prevention needs to be addressed. And dealing with trauma, because a lot of the things in the medical system are related to trauma and they're over-medicated and disregarded, and people are gaslighted when it's trauma, and pain is related to trauma, addiction is related to trauma, physicians burnout, unlike the newsletter, is related to trauma, is a root cause of a lot of things, and that still hasn't been addressed. I know you can only address one thing at a time, but these are also important issues as well. And the CMA sued the medical board, and that's why you don't have 805s, and they cause significant harm, so you need to deal with the CMA causing patient harm. And there's something, and the advocates that are the experts that are banned by federal government is still eligible for the board is not ethical or right. And they band together, just like Ms. Lauren said, and it's not a positive outcome. It needs to be dealt with. All our concerns need to be dealt with. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up here we have Marion Hollingsworth. Marion, let me send you that request.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you. Hello, this is Marion Hollingsworth, patient safety advocate. First, thank you for considering my proposal for an advisory committee to the medical board. It could be a first step in truly listening to the public and understanding what we need to make our own decisions for our healthcare. Also, regarding 805 reports, it would be helpful if the board could make these complaints public to some extent. There was an 805 from Bakersfield Hospital back in 2018 for a doctor who gave a heart medication instead of an anesthetic for a C-section. This resulted in catastrophic harm for the young mother undergoing the procedure. The name of the doctor was never released, of course. No one knew his identity, so they could refuse to have him as a doctor in the OR if they chose. The multiple news organizations covered stories about the fine the hospital got, but nothing about the doctor. It wasn't just until a few weeks ago that his name was released, and that was only after he had surrendered his license. That was 4 years after the catastrophic error. We advocates had been watching for some indication of an accusation of discipline for that long. I had personally resigned myself to the fact that nothing was going to be done. I understand the doctor deserves due process, but it shouldn't have taken 4 years for the doctor to be held accountable while patients were put at risk. During that time, it took informed consent away from patients who may have undergone other surgeries with that same anesthesiologist. Please consider some indication to keeping patients safe when 805 reports come in. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. This time, President Lawson, I don't see any additional requests in queue.
Thank you, Sean. We'll bring it back to the board. Are there any additional questions or comments from board members at this time? All right, seeing none, we will move on to agenda item 9, which is an update on revising guidelines for prescribing controlled substances for pain. And Mr. Pacifica, I think this is you again.
Okay, can you hear me? In terms of the update on the revision to the guidelines on prescribed controlled substances, the draft guidelines were distributed. We had an interested parties meeting on the 14th of July. It was very well attended. We received many constructive comments, which we thought were very helpful. At this point, what the executive has been doing is working through all of those comments and working with our subject matter experts to refine the guidelines, the existing guidelines. That process has focused on a number of discrete areas. We want to be very careful that the document is calibrated properly to both identify the standard of care and be a useful tool in terms of predicting what is expected of physicians. The uses of the word may, should, and must have to be very focused so that we preserve the right level of patient protection along with the ability of doctors to practice medicine. Another area that we're looking at quite carefully is to look at the needs of special patient populations. One consistent comment that came out of the consultation with many of the with many contributions indicating that different patients have different needs, and that has to be reflected in terms of the guidelines, and as well, very particular care must be given to the delineation of morphine milligram dosages and to how that should be calibrated for guidelines of this kind. The executive will be working directly with the task force to align all of our policies on the document and working carefully with our subject matter experts. And it is anticipated that we should have a final document for consideration by the board at the next board meeting. So that concludes my update there.
Thank you, Mr. Pacifica. Dr. Thorpe, I know that you've been the board's primary representative as part of this work. Is there anything you'd like to add before we?
No, I would just say that I agree with Mr. Pacifica. The interested parties meeting I thought was very well attended, and the comments were very thoughtful. And I think we are well. Specifically, there was concerns about some of the wording in the draft document where there was a lot of concern about the use of certain words that would like he just mentioned must or should when in most cases we would want to be careful about how we utilize those terms. I think we've got a lot of work done that's going to make it easier for those patients who like Mr. Pacifica was mentioning, the chronic pain patients who are really have had difficulty getting access to narcotic medications in a consistent fashion. We're hoping that this document and our approach will make it a less onerous process and less likely for physicians to feel that they are operating outside of the guidelines when they take on patients who have difficult pain problems to manage. I think we have a really excellent group of subject matter experts that we've been using, and I think they are providing us with excellent guidance, given the entire scope of the changes that have occurred over the last several years, and the evolution of chronic pain management. So, yeah, I'm very hopeful that we'll be able to have a document that's useful to physicians and that is that allows patients who are who really are left in a position where they don't really have a functional life without narcotics to be able to function again in a safe manner. Yeah, I'm very encouraged. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thorpe. Are there questions or comments from board members? All right, Sean, if you could open it up for the public comment, please.
The Q&A window and the hand raising feature are now open. If anyone would like to make a public comment. Again, any call-in users, you can press *3 in order to raise your hand that way as well. First up here, we have Kristen Ogden. Kristen, you should be receiving that prompt.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Kristen Ogden here again for Families for Intractable Pain Relief. I want to start by thanking the board and particularly Dr. Thorpe and Mr. Pasifka. And I understand to a certain extent that Mr. Brooks has been engaged as well. I thank all of you for the level of effort shown to this project, which we feel is extremely, extremely important. I agree the recent interested parties meeting was very good. There was a lot of information shared and exchanged, and I hope that a better understanding was gained by most folks. I still have a couple of concerns. One is that no matter what you try, the most experienced pain doctors may still not feel comfortable returning to the practice of pain medicine, and that is pretty big. And my other concern is simply that because the group of patients that we represent is so unusual, the outliers, as they've been called, that there still may be widespread lack of understanding of what their requirements really are. And I speak about that in regard to very high doses that most people think are impossible, that no one could even survive taking such a high dose. And for some patients, including my husband, it's absolutely necessary, and he does extremely well on the appropriate dose. Secondly, with regard to the required regimen, that many of these patients do extremely well with their regimen, often including high doses of opioids, co-prescribed with benzodiazepines, stimulants, anti-inflammatory medications, hormones, and other medications that are unique to each patient. And I find myself wondering, how can you ensure that the guideline will protect these patients from perhaps being misunderstood? We certainly, I hope there is a way that we can ensure that investigators, expert reviewers, law enforcement, and prosecutors will not continue to mistakenly identify these outlier patients, their doctors, and pharmacists as criminals. That has occurred, and talk about something that really turns your life upside down. That'll do it, you know. And these patients are not addicts. They are simply people who have the misfortune of being extremely unusual patients. I have a couple of suggestions I'd like to put out there. One is that you consider, and I know this doesn't appear to be your current game plan.
30 seconds remaining.
It would be very good if you could issue a second draft and have one more interested parties meeting. Absent the opportunity for a back and forth dialogue, even though I tried very hard to be a good communicator, both verbally and in writing, orally and in writing, I don't have any way of knowing if you really understood what I was trying to say. And another meeting to have some back and forth, or establishment of some sort of advisory role for some of us very interested advocates would be very helpful. So thank you again for the level of effort and commitment shown. And I hope you can find a way to maybe make a few tweaks and improve the process a little bit more. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up here we have Heather Grace. Heather, I'm sending you that request. Heather, your line's open. Are you there? It looks like your audio just disconnected. I'll leave you with your hand up here and we can come back to you again in another minute. Let's go to Virginia. Virginia, you should be receiving that request.
I thank you all for working on this. I think you've done a great job. I wish we would do more topics the same way. One of my concerns is education for the doctors, especially women pelvic pain and female pain. It shouldn't take 3 years and over 100 doctor visits, 50 pelvic exams by 20 different people to figure out a pelvic floor disorder. That is absolutely not okay. And I gave you links to books about women who wrote about endometriosis and pelvic pain, and I think education on them is also needed as well. We live in a time of age where it'd be very easy to educate doctors on these topics. Also, the role of trauma with pain is a very important topic that also needs to be addressed. In your summary at the bottom, it didn't mention anything about trauma or adverse child events. And a lot of people with pain, the root cause is that as well. And I agree that we need special things to deal with the people in severe pain, but we also need to be aware that sometimes all these medications can cause a lot of harm, including suicidal thoughts and overdoses. So it's a very, very fine line, and I appreciate that. But we need to be careful on the other end too, and genetic testing might be an option so we know if the patients are metabolizing the drugs properly before we prescribe them medications. And thank you again for all the work you're doing. I really appreciate you doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your public comment. Up next here, we have a call-in user from the 951 area code. When you should be prompted to press *6 to unmute on your end, but when you get the prompt, go ahead and hit *6. There we go.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Excellent. My name is Monty Goddard. Thank you for this opportunity to provide public comment. I submitted written comment on this agenda item, which I hope you have reviewed. If you have not done so, please do. My wife and I are lifetime residents of California. I'm a licensed civil engineer. I am an advocate for my wife, who has suffered intractable pain since the late 1990s. For a decade and a half, let me say that again, for a decade and a half, my wife's pain was safely and sufficiently controlled to provide her a reasonable quality of life. That changed when the CDC published their 2016 opioid prescribing guidelines with their junk science-based 50 and 90 MME recommendations. My wife's subsequent unnecessary, inhumane suffering and related loss of life function is the direct result of the CDC's MME recommendations. Despite warnings, clarifications, and alerts from the AMA, the FDA, the CDC, and on more than one occasion, California's own Department of Public Health, these MME recommendations remain de facto upper prescribing limits. I appreciate the positive action taken to update California's guidelines for prescribing controlled substances. I'm especially thankful for Dr. Thorpe's leadership on this long overdue update. I find the draft encouraging. However, I remain very concerned about the draft statement in the paragraph on morphine equivalent dosage, which refers to the CDC's opioid prescribing guidelines. I do have a rhetorical question for you. Why does California use MED when the rest of the known universe uses MME? I provided related written comment prior and public comment during the board's July 14th excellent interested parties meeting. Many others spoke, sharing my concern about the draft's MED, or more commonly called MME wording.
30 seconds remaining.
My comment to you today is actually my request that the board provide another opportunity for public participation once the subcommittee has considered all the comments provided before a final draft is submitted to the full board. And trust me, I mean this sincerely. Thank you for the effort that you're putting into this issue. It's long overdue and very much needed. Thank you again.
Thank you for your public comment. Up next, we have Anne Fuqua. There you go, Anne. Looks like your line's open.
Are you able to hear me?
We can now, Anne. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, excellent. Excellent. My name is Anne Fuqua. I'm with Families for Practical Pain Relief. I want to second everything that Ms. Ogden said, but along with that, I just want to thank you so much for the work that you put into this. It's clear that you guys are sincere in your efforts to want to help patients and to help remove some of the barriers that have been put up to make, to pain relief that, for people, whose, lives are already difficult enough, and it's just, they were made more difficult by, things that happen both national, just, all the efforts to, stop the overdoses, which were, understandable. People want to, you want to protect life, but also to protect our lives. And, I'm just so very grateful to you guys for the hard work you've done. We appreciate Dr. Thorpe, and the interested parties meeting and the time that you put into that. It was clear that you were, it was not, a case of like some meetings where we sit and we talk and it's like, the people pulling the meeting, really are not interested. That was not the case here. We could tell, there was sincerity, and we, I think we appreciate that. I guess my main points would be, I think, as some others have mentioned, having a second interested parties meeting, or possibly a second period, for comment brief. I know you need to get this moving, and we want to get this moving too, but just to get it, get the best guideline possible. And also, as we said, just to, as Kristen said, to make sure, that they're protected, because, some people think, oh, high dose patients, they think, oh, somebody's on 120 MME, that's high, or, 150 MME, that's high. Ms. Ogden's husband, myself, and, many other patients are on far higher than this. And as it stands now, so many people, they just, healthcare, providers, it's like, especially the ones that are coming up, through education now, younger, before, the days of, back, when we had the,
30
the
seconds
vital
remaining.
sign. Oh, sorry, that, it's like they're just stunned. They can't believe that someone could take what we take. But again, I thank you for your efforts, and I can't, I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up here, we have Rochelle Adele. Rochelle, I'm sending that request. Rochelle, if you're there, you should be receiving a request to unmute on your end. Okay, I'm going to move on to Black Patients Matter. Should be receiving that request there. There we go.
Yes, hello. We just wanted to state that it would probably be relevant and important to include patient advocate groups in future meetings regarding the prescription guidelines for controlled substances. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Going back here to Heather Grace. Yeah, Heather, looks like your line's open. Are you there? Audio dropped off again. I got a couple more in queue here. Let's see, Heather's audio's back. Let's see. Heather, looks like your line's open. Are you there?
Hello?
There we go.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hi. I'm here because I'm a success story. I'm representing all the pain patients who received the treatment that they needed and were able to move forward with a semi-normal life. I once had intractable pain that's constant and severe, but that's no longer the case. I'm now a chronic pain patient. That's because of effective care. And you need to know, at the outset of my intractable pain care, I was a high-dose patient. I required over 3 times the current 90 MME limits forth by the CDC. But at my own request, as I've improved health-wise, my pain medication has been repeatedly titrated downward. I'm doing really well, and my dose is now well below that 90 MMEs. And I'm proof of what effective pain management can and does look like. That includes pain medications. Unfortunately, like the vast majority of patients, though, I suffered greatly before I actually got care. It took me years to find anyone who was willing to take care of me after I had a severe level of nerve pain that had overtaken my spinal column, making my life hell due to a car accident that nearly killed me. There were so many dark days I eventually tried to take my life twice, not because I wanted to die, but because I believed it might be the only way to end the pain. Then I found the right doctor, and the suffering started to lift, and I started to get my life back. And it took years to get to this point, but it's possible. And that's what's important, is that you know that. Too many patients suffer because of the stigma associated with pain medication, and that's not right. Doctors shouldn't turn people like me away, but now they can and regularly do so. I'm part Choctaw. My ancestors were shaman. They used opiates derived from the poppy plant to treat people who are suffering. They treat them as individuals. They didn't have oversight from the elders or people outside the tribe. They made the best choice for each person, and that's what everyone deserves, whether they have pain or any other condition. We've come so far by creating a pill to treat people with pain, but since then the pendulum has swung so far away from pain relief that it's almost exclusively focusing on fears about the potential for addiction. The truth is, if someone like me gets the necessary and appropriate pain care, including prescription pain relievers, they can and do heal just as I did. This happens. I'm living proof there's a reason for opiate medications for patients with severe and
30
serious
seconds
health
remaining.
conditions. And I just urge you to please take a look at what you're doing, and make sure as you finalize your decisions, you consider the use of these controlled substances for pain care. And I urge you to just make sure that no more harm is done and that people like me are considered. More than anything, I want people like me to know that it's possible to do more than merely exist, but to thrive. I love my life, and I'm so thankful, and they all deserve that same feeling. They do. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up here, we have Rosie Arthur's Rosie, you should be receiving that request.
Okay. Can you hear me?
We can, Rosie, please go ahead.
Okay, just a second here. Okay. If we're revising the guidelines related to prescription medications, then we can't ignore the testing that was unavailable in 1994. That is for CYP 450 metabolism in the form of genotyping and phenotyping. Now, the guidelines we have now make a reference to the VA, but nothing more than that. Since 1999, the VA has had guidelines that have included this area to help their physicians out. And here in California, nobody looks at it. You ask for a test, you can't get it. Okay. There's references. There's also references from other clinical organizations like Clinical Pharmacogenetics Implementation Consortium and others. There are consequences of the metabolism. Some people are poor metabolizers. Some people are extensive metabolizers. And you get the wrong mix and you're having problems. Now, most people are normal. You know, they can pretty much handle anything. But for those who fall at either end, with the combinations of polypharmacy, you end up with your pain medication being impacted by your cholesterol medication or your psychiatric medication or your whatever medication, even your aspirin that you take. One of the consequences of denying people their appropriate medication is you can avoid the side effects, you know, and then you take somebody off their medication, then you say, oh, you're depressed, I'll put you on Prozac. They can't metabolize Prozac. So now you've given them two problems. They still have their pain, it's not being treated, and now they're getting the symptoms of serotonin syndrome because it doesn't work with their cholesterol medication and their other medications that they're taking, and you've overloaded them. They had enough ability to metabolize, but you put them over the limit by taking away their pain medication. So this needs to be looked at. It's very important and it's simple and the information's out there. You just have to get it. Then you need to compare the different organizations, and your guidelines are not going to be ready by December. You have to have more meetings on this. You have to seriously look at these other aspects. If you're giving physicians tools to help them, you need to develop something that is useful. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. I'm going back to Rochelle Odell. Rochelle, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can. Please go ahead.
Oh, great. My name is Rochelle Odell, again, a patient advocate, columnist and author. I have a problem with using MMEs because when the FDA approves drugs, it doesn't use MMEs. It uses milligrams, micrograms, whatever. I also have a problem with them using the term cancer pain versus non-cancer pain. Pain is pain. You could have, if you break a leg, it's a different pain than my Cripps pain. I've broken my leg twice. I know the difference. But pain is still pain, and they need to differentiate that there actually is no difference between cancer pain and non-cancer pain. I don't think there's many studies that have been done on that. And they really need to do away with the MME requirement because it's not what the FDA approves drugs for. And they don't do it for 90 MME or 45 MME or whatever. They just don't do that. And also the comment about the genetics, that's enough. That is a valuable tool. I recently learned that I'm an intermediate metabolizer. I have the CYP2D6 gene, which apparently 10% of the population has that gene. I only metabolize drugs at 25%. So when I was on high dose before the 2016 guidelines, my pain was fairly controlled. I was able to function. I drove, I did things that I can't do now. I don't have the energy or the pain is just overwhelming at times. And I'm lower than, way lower than I was on before. I was up close to 600 MMEs, if you want to go that high. Plus I was on diazepam. Plus I was on a muscle relaxant and another benzodiazepine, I forgot the name of it. So I didn't die. I didn't die in my sleep. I did fine. My blood pressure was fine. So they need to look at all the factors and please do away with the MME. It's not scientifically based and it's not backed by any data, any real data. You need to go with what the FDA does and also look into using the pharmacogenetics because that is going to play a bigger role because not everybody, a poor metabolizer, you can give them say 200 milligrams or 200 MME and they're not going to be able, they won't feel it because their body doesn't metabolize it. Then there's the rapid metabolizers. There's so many factors, and I agree with the last person that I'm not so sure you're going to be ready by December. That there's just too many factors that need to be taken into
30
account.
seconds for me.
I thank you for the work that you're doing, and even examining looking at it realistically rather than just saying these are the guidelines, period. I do appreciate that, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, President Lawson, I don't see any additional. Oh, one last one just snuck in here. Joseph Kramer. Joseph, should be receiving that question on your end.
Yes, hello, this is Joseph Kramer again. Again, I want to thank the doctors that are involved with this, especially Dr. Thorpe. One thing I had brought up, not this morning, but last time I made a comment, was that you can get the prescriptions, but if you can't get them filled, they're no good to the patient. I still have a set of prescriptions, okay, that I couldn't get filled. And, they say, oh, these prescriptions are so dangerous, but they throw you off, go after the doctor, and then they throw the patients to the street and tell me, what are the patients supposed to do? And one thing I would ask you about the experts that are putting in their, 2 cents on all this, please check what their motives are. Because when you have experts that want patients to be kicked to the street because they have money invested in treatment centers, that's a terrible motive, okay? So I would ask you to please check that and check also the knowledge of these people and if they know what they're talking about. I got to tell you, I was appalled when I seen the CDC guidelines were written by the same person that did the testing, and the level of the quality of the metrics was very low. And it was just disgusting in what they have done to patients. It is very important what they were talking about, the metabolizers. I think with science, how we've advanced, that I think in the future, they're going to be able to tell a lot more. So everything is changing. I would please keep in mind about the prescriptions are no good if you can't get them filled. So has anybody else been brought in on this, like the pharmacist or, the other side? So I know doctors in California, a lot of them worked with the pharmacies and they were very knowledgeable, but after everything that has gone down, this is historic what you guys are doing, and you've given hope to some patients, and so I really hope that you're able to do this job and do a good job. And I want you to know there are many patients that are very grateful for this. So I just want to
30 seconds
express that to you. So thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, President Lawson, no additional requests in queue.
Thank you, Sean. We'll bring it back to the board. Looks like Mr. Pasifka's got his hand up for a comment.
Just to make a very brief comment, I want to thank everybody for their comments, and many of them are along the lines of the executive and the task force. And one thing to say, something that I had said previously, is that it is quite clear that in addressing this problem, the first step is to update the guidelines. But that must be followed by a significant outreach by the medical board to indicate what exactly is the role of the medical board in this area. It's become very apparent to me that there is a lot of misperception in the profession about what the medical board actually does, and we fully are aware that there's a problem with access, and we need to get the message out to the profession that the medical board here is to support doctors in terms of what they do, in terms of giving them clearer guidelines and giving them the freedom to treat patients, many of whom have very exceptional needs and are in very unique circumstances. So the message here, the guidelines come out, and then we have a lot of work to do in outreach as a follow-up to that. And I think the combination of those two things will be a significant contribution.
Dr. Thorpe?
Sorry. Yeah, I just want to, I don't want to belabor this, but I think Mr. Kramer's point about the pharmacy issue is a significant issue. And I know Mr. Brooks and I feel the same way. Mr. Brooks has served on the pharmacy board, and we are, there's going to be some work that needs to be done to coordinate with the Board of Pharmacy. There's going to be some work that needs to be done with the appropriate medical communities, both with the associations and medical groups, to be able to sort of do additional advocacy on behalf of the guidelines that are developed. And I think I speak for Bill. We're not on a deadline here necessarily. We are trying to do this right, and so if it takes another bite at the apple, I can't commit Bill to that, but I think the task force is willing to delay the guideline final draft, if you will, if we need to do another stakeholder meeting. Certainly there's some appetite for doing that as well. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thorpe. Dr. Hawkins?
I just want to mention, and I know you're aware of this, we make sure when we do that outreach, we include the insurance carriers who are practicing medicine without a license. We're telling patients and doctors what we should prescribe and what they're entitled to. And they just won't pay for it. So there are challenges there as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Hawkins. Additional comments before we move on? All right, we're going to move on to the next agenda item, which is agenda item 10. After we conclude this agenda item, we will take a 15-minute break. This agenda item is the Mexico pilot program, UC Davis first annual program report. And I believe we have Dr. Aguilar Gaxiola with us this afternoon. Welcome. I think you are still on mute. I can't hear you. Sean, can you make sure we've got the doctor?
I think that I have.
There we go.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate coming back to the board. I was visiting you in February, but now I'm here to provide a summary of this program that is called Licensed Physicians from Mexico pilot program. And we are the evaluators, our Center for Reducing Health Disparities at UC Davis. And we submitted our first annual progress report recently. So I'm going to be providing some summarized information about that report. And I want to acknowledge also that we received comments from the three CEOs of the current three community health centers that we are working with, and also from Mr. Arnoldo Torres. And we welcome those comments, and I will, in some of the slides, provide a little bit of a context in response to those comments. So with that, a little bit about, let me put this in a slideshow mode. Can you hear? Can you see it?
Much better. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. So this program, the Licensed Physicians from Mexico pilot program, is comes from AB 1045. And just a little bit of a background, back in 2002, the then California governor approved Assembly Bill 1045, which is what the project that I'm talking about. And this project is mandated by Business and Professions Code Section 853 of the Department of Consumer Affairs. And this translates for 3 years of 30 licensed physicians from Mexico that are allowed to practice in nonprofit community health centers in medically underserved areas. I will focus a little bit more of my comments in that. And the project attempts to address a national physician shortage, and certainly here in California, with qualified doctors from Mexico that meet the cultural and linguistic needs of California's underserved Latino community. A little bit of background in terms of some of the challenges with the California's primary care physicians workforce. One is that the PCPs, or primary care physicians workforce, is unevenly distributed across the state. And I have a couple of slides about that to illustrate the point. The other thing is that some primary care physicians do not accept medical patients. And I have some information about that as well. Primary care physicians are not as racially and ethnically and linguistically diverse as the California's population. And something that we are facing, and we will continue to face for the foreseeable future, is that many physicians are likely to retire within the next decade, especially in rural areas. And looking at the crystal ball, we don't have enough primary care physicians into the pipeline, unfortunately, to replace those who are retiring. The retirement got accentuated by the pandemic, by the way. And just to give you a little bit of background, my own background as well. I have been working in the area of health inequities or health equity for over 3 decades, and have done population-based studies for that time as well. And one thing that I would like to just to illustrate some of the points that I want to make is that when we talk about health or mental health inequities, we speak about the treatment gap. And that refers to the percentage of people who meet criteria for certain health conditions, mental health conditions included, that have not received appropriate care in the previous year. And just to illustrate, if we focus on serious mental disorders, the studies that are available here in the U.S. Provide evidence that up to 95% of people with serious mental disorders have not received appropriate care. And that's, once again, what we call the treatment gap. Why is that? Well, there are multiple barriers, and there are basically 3 levels that I want to quickly mention. When it comes to mental disorders, which is an area that I'm very familiar with, there is the individual level, and a stigma related to mental illness is very prominent. Actually, a previous U.S. Surgeon General stated that the stigma is the most important factor that precludes people to seek services. Also, at the community level, one of the big challenges is that there is a relatively lack of available and access to culturally and linguistically appropriate services. At the systemic level, there are things like lack of social and economic resources and poor living conditions, especially for historically underserved populations. And also, there is a lack of engagement, not only in behavioral healthcare, but healthcare in general. So for years, I have been asked, if you were to summarize what happens with the low utilization of services, what are some of the key aspects of that? I have come to summarize these issues about the barriers to care in what we have called the 5 A's. There are issues of availability, just there are not many providers that can provide services for, especially in certain populations, and especially in the rural areas. Also, issues of accessibility, there are problems related. We have studied these 5 A's, by the way, and documented that in terms of accessibility, issues of transportation, of flexible hours. Some people just cannot come in and receive services from 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. Appropriateness, it has to do with cultural linguistically appropriate services. Issues of advocacy as well, because it is relatively easy for some consumers, some patients to really get lost in the health systems. So that's one of the reasons for being peer navigators or patient navigators. And a very important one also is affordability, especially for populations that historically don't have access to care or mental health care. Some of these populations have high levels of uninsurance rates or are totally uninsured. There is one other A that I want to bring to your attention, and that is accountability, which is of critical importance to keep it in mind as well. So let me share with you some of the specific data that goes back to the summary that I spoke about in terms of the challenges with the workforce, the primary care physician workforce in California. Here, what you see is primary care physicians per population and by region of California. And I want to just call your attention to these 2 areas, the Central Coast and 2 of the community health centers that we are working with are located in the Central Coast, Monterey and San Benito counties. And also we are working with another one in San Joaquin, in the San Joaquin Valley, specifically in Tulare County. In the future, we're starting to work with Altamed, which is in Los Angeles County. So, but that goes back to 2015. More recent data, actually, this is the most recent data that I could find. This is also the primary care physicians. It also includes specialists. And this is per 100,000 population in California. And I just want to highlight, especially if you see the bar, the upper bar, which refers to PCPs or primary care physicians. In the San Joaquin Valley is way below, 47 per 100,000 is way below the recommended numbers. Central Coast is also below the recommended numbers. And just if we look this by county, this is what we can see, and I want to bring to your attention the numbers per 100,000 people. And in Monterey County, as you can see here, is in this range, 50 to 61. But look at this. This is in San Benito, is really from 0 to 36. And this is in Tulare, which is 37 to 49. So way underserved in terms of the ratio of primary care physicians to the population. This is in relationship to populations that are using Medicare, Medi-Cal, or that are uninsured. And I want to bring to your attention primary care physicians And as you can see here, the percentages of those who have Medicare and medical are, are not, they don't have access to care the same way that those who have private insurance do. And the worst of these four groups are those who are uninsured. This is in terms of the physicians, and I'm bringing your attention to the MDs here in terms of those who are African American, Latino, or Native Americans. And you have the representation of those populations here on your right-hand side. So you see that there are tremendous inequities, disproportions between for example, the Latinos in California, which currently we are 39% compared to the number of physicians, Latinos, who are 7%. With African Americans, it's a little bit better, but also there is a disproportion. This is Latino physicians in relationship to the population. And what I want to bring to your attention is these remarkable disparities between the proportion of Latino physicians in the San Joaquin Valley and then, in relationship to the concentration of Latinos in that population. Something similar with the Central Coast, as you can see there. And this is with the Spanish-speaking physicians in particular, and this is by region. And what you have here is that there are also disparities that indicate about the important, challenges that an increasing needs for services, especially in the areas that I have been indicating, like the Central Coast and also the San Joaquin Valley. And there are populations that are not, unfortunately, receiving services, accessing the services and receiving services. One thing that I want to mention also, and this comes from a landmark document, I believe, which is this report that you can see here, which came as a result of 18 months of the California Future Health Workforce Commission. And the title of the report is Meeting the Demand for Health. It's likely that you are aware of it. And what this report, and I was very much involved at different levels with this work. What I want to emphasize is that this report about the associated significant physician shortage with insufficient numbers of physicians completing residency training in primary care to replace those who retire. And I want to just bring to your attention what, the last sentence that says California will need to graduate an estimated 337 additional primary care residents per year from 2025 to 2030. And that is an increase of 20% to alleviate current and projected shortages. The most recent data also that I saw of how many new physicians our medical schools here in California are graduating every year. It is around 1,560 approximately for a population of 40 million is just not sufficient. That's why this program specifically that we are focusing on, there is the relevance. So we were asked to do the project evaluation of this particular program. And I want to share that by statute, we are focusing on six, actually in six areas and with a seventh area, which is on recommendations, which is going to come at the end of this 3-year project. The 6 areas that you see there, and these are roughly some of the measures, are from quality of care, adaptability of physicians, all the way to number 4, 5, and 6, response and approval by physicians. Specifically, we have focused on patient experience, and also number 5, impact on cultural linguistic services, cultural linguistically appropriate services. This refers to the class standards that I will touch briefly on them in a minute. And then and the impact on limited English-speaking patients encounters. And once again, this is focusing by statute, what is in the law, AB 1045. This is a very busy slide, but I just want to bring to your attention that we very carefully have drawn came up with this conceptual model that has 3 domains. One is organizational and clinic outcomes, physician outcomes, and then patient outcomes. And all of these domains are interrelated. And I won't get too much into details. You have the slides, but just to share with you this evaluation framework that I think is easier to understand. So we have the 3 domains that I mentioned: patient outcomes, physician outcomes, and organizational clinic outcomes. And what you have here is the measures, like quality of care, number 1, which is number 1 in the list that I just presented to you, response and approval by patients, adaptability of physicians, and then these others that you can see here. You can see here. And I have bolded the delivery of culturally linguistically appropriate services and the encounters by limited English-speaking patients, and also because those are the measures that we have used and that I'm reporting on. This is a snapshot, what I'm going to be presenting to you, of a process that is going to take us roughly 3 years to complete. So this snapshot focuses in this first report on these 2 measures primarily: delivery of culturally and linguistically appropriate services and encounters by limited English-speaking patients, and also specific instruments that we use. We call them class organizational assessment for staff and class organizational assessment for patients. Just to give you a little bit of the background, this work comes from the release back in 2002 of the National Cultural Linguistically Appropriate Services Standards for Health and Healthcare. And our center has been working on this area since 2006, even before, but we got funding from the Office of Minority Health to specifically work on developing a toolkit curriculum based on the national class standards. And what is feeding into the development of the standards is the existence at that time, and that continues, of health and healthcare disparities, the changing demographics, which continues, and also legal and accreditation requirements, and what is expected out of the use of the class standards for health and healthcare, is especially to advance health equity, but also to improve quality of services and to help eliminate disparities. So having shared this with you, the instrument that we use as the first implementation of the measures is what we call the class organizational assessment, and we administer this to staff in the we are reporting actually in 4 clinics, the first progress report, but one of those clinics is no longer included. But we administer the class organizational assessment on the 4 clinics. One thing that I want to mention is that when we talk about the class standards, there are 15 standards, and those roughly are divided in these 4 categories that you can see here. The principal standard, which is really an overall view of the importance of culture and language. Also, standards 2 to 4, which focus on governance, leadership, and workforce. Standards 5 to 8 on communication and language assistance, and standards 9 to 15, as you can see on the slide, on engagement, continuous improvement, and accountability. So this is what we did for the baseline data collection so far. You know, this is work in progress, as I mentioned to you. And in terms of the staff, we received responses from 397 out of 1,415 staff that completed the survey. This is a response rate of 28%, which is okay. You know, it's a is an okay response rate. And each of the items on the assessment is scored on a 4-point scale that goes from lowest with a 0 to 3 with the which is the highest. And this is a little bit of what we found. And what you see here with these colors is that whatever is in red, this is anything that was below 60%, and then what is in orange, and then what is in green. And the overall average staff scores for the class standards were that 14 of 15 score in the yellow range, and that is opportunities for improvement. And only 1 out of 15 score in the red range. But please don't think about red as a very negative. On the contrary, it is just an indication that needs to be paid attention, as those in orange as well. And what you have here is how we organize each of the 15 standards by the average staff rating. So this gives you kind of an overall view of this baseline that we have and that we reported. In terms of the patient findings, and we use based on the class assessment, is a somewhat different instrument, but taps into the patient's experiences. About 517 of 527 that consented to complete the survey completed it with a remarkable good response rate, an excellent response rate, as you can see here, 98%. Again, each of the items of the assessment is scored on a scale. 0 means never, and 3 always. And just to focus on those who responded as always in the responses, 11 items scored in the green range, and this is above 90%, as I briefly mentioned, and these are absolutely opportunities to celebrate. 15 scored in the yellow range, between 60 and 89%, and these are areas and opportunities, as we see it, for continued improvement to keep on going. And then 17 items scored in the red range, below 60%. And these are just opportunities for improvement. I don't see it as a negative. We don't see it as a negative indication that, the staff in the different clinics that we have been working with, that they are not doing a good job. That is not the case. So some of the concluding remarks is that the class organizational assessment was once again the first assessment administered of a process. We just focus on measure 5, which is impact on cultural linguistic services, and that focus on the staff, and measure 6, which is the impact on limited English speaking patient encounters, which is focused on patients. And once again, this is the baseline for as our first annual report. And this assessment, by the way, will be administered again in early next year. So this is a baseline, but we have a good indicators now that are informing the community health centers about some of the areas in which to focus for improvement. What comes next? Well, we are implementing, as we speak, the knowledge assessment of the LPMNP physicians, and this is in progress. And this taps into measure 2, the adaptability of physicians. And then the third, what we call the 360 assessment, which is also in progress. It measures the 2 aspects of measure 3, and you see what is it that we are looking at, which is the impact on working and administrative environment in nonprofit community health centers, and impact on interpersonal relations with medical licensed counterparts in the health centers, and this is focused on the staff. And also the measure 4, which is response and approval by patients. We are also planning, we are advanced on this, planning to do qualitative data collection, and we are expecting to do it in the next few months during this year. And that's going to be of critical importance because there are things that are not captured by the surveys or the more quantitative aspects. But for example, very positive comments that we have heard about the services, the quality of the services that the patients are receiving, that we will be able to capture that as well. And it's going to be a very, very important piece of part of the work that we do. I want to thank all of the clinics that you can see here. Altura Centers for Health, which is based in Tulare County, and the CEO and the staff. The Clínica de Salud del Valle de Salinas in Monterey County, also the CEO and the staff. The Clínicas del Camino Real, which is in Ventura County, which is the one that is not working, is no longer a part of the project. And then the San Benito Health Foundation, which is located in San Benito County. It has been a pleasure really working with the CEOs and the staff. They have been incredibly collaborative, and we are very grateful to them. Also, want to acknowledge the medical board. You see the names here. Bill and Reggie, Marina, and Dora have been just great to work with as well. And then these members of my team from the Center for Reducing Health Disparities, especially Jill, who has really done a remarkable job, as well as Jeff, who is our data analyst, and the linguist as well. So with that, I'm going to stop, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Dr. Aguilar-Gaxiola, thank you so much for that presentation. Are there questions or comments from board members? I know that we have some members of the public who want to weigh in. All right, Ms. Lubiana.
Thank you. Thank you, Doc, for the presentation. One thing I was curious about with your evaluation and around the world, are there other pilot programs like this that could help have learnings that we can take for your evaluation?
That's a great question, Board Lubiano. I do quite a bit of work for the World Health Organization and have been doing that for since 2004. And I do work especially in South America, but in Mexico as well. And I know that there are, for example, physicians that come from Cuba to Mexico, or from from Venezuela to Colombia, and vice versa, Venezuela to Argentina. But because it depends on the needs that these populations have sometimes, and also because of migration. Sometimes it's forced migration, sometimes it's by necessity. But here in the U.S. And here in California, I had had on my radar. How is it that as a state we can receive a tremendous need, increasing unmet needs of the populations that we are serving, and consistently there has been workforce challenges, and I focus on primary care physicians, but boy, something similar is happening to behavioral health providers and nurse practitioners and nurses and physician assistants, etc. Other healthcare providers, and this is really the only program that I'm aware of its type that is being implemented. But it's a great question, and I don't have a more specific answer. But there has been other ways in which this significant shortage has been tried to be met, and that is that of many of the physicians who come from Mexico, for example, for different reasons, and are in California, that there has been some programs, for example, out of UC San Francisco and UCLA, of immigrant docs, for example, for immigrant populations is one. And it's focused on helping physicians from, in this case, from Mexico, to focus on the U.S. exams in order to really become physicians themselves. But they have to go through all the regulations and the the approvals in order to be able to be licensed. This is a unique program in the sense that the medical board is able to based on the legislation AB 1045 that is supporting this initiative, and for a very good reasons. That's why I brought the context and some of the data to all of you.
Got it. Thank you. It made me think about, places like Australia or Canada, maybe other places in Europe that have diverse populations. I would imagine they would have similar needs. But I do recognize that, here in California, we do want to be groundbreaking and set standards. So appreciate your work and attention to this. Thank you.
Thank you, board member Lubiano. Let me tell you that when I was I finished my medical school, I was considering going to Australia because they had this incredible, attractive offers for physicians abroad, and Canada as well. I'm glad that you mentioned that. So, and England as well. So it's based on the needs, population needs for access to appropriate care and quality services.
Dr. Heelser, I saw your hand up.
Thank you. Dr. Aguilar-Gaxiola, thank you for your presentation. I'm curious if you have plans to collect data on outpatient quality metrics like the HEDIS measures.
Yeah, we are, the number one of the 6 measures, Dr. Helser, is focused on quality of care. And we are using, in that regard, measures of the health care effectiveness data and information set, the HEDIS measures, and also the consumer assessment of healthcare providers and systems, the CAS measure as well. And this is going to be helping us to look at the outcomes, the patient outcomes.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Bolat?
Hello, Doctor. Thank you so much for an excellent presentation and really an excellent program. And the data, of course, was sound, and the need is now, and the need is going to be in the future even larger. In terms of the issue of potential implicit bias that occurs maybe in the selection process in schools, that is also has to be on our radar screen because we have these big gaps and we've had them for years. But also, I think as a board member, as I think about the individuals and the highly regulated arena of healthcare, that I would just make the comment that we have bidirectional need for culture sharing, and we get stronger and better when we do that. So I think this is one of the benefits, I think, that will be an outcome that will be demonstrated and has been demonstrated in some studies of having diverse students and diversity within clinics. But the question, and I think something to think about, is the fact that we have a lot of regulation coming from various entities, from government entities, from health plans, from the medical board itself, legislation, that implicit to that curriculum is the understanding of what is required of a physician in the state, because nothing worse than to have an uninformed physician, be it at a trainee that goes on to care for patients and not realize what is required of him, her, they. So I just would put that out there because I think that's very important. So I thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you so much for your comment, and your comment is right on. It resonates very much with me. At UC Davis, I'm a member of the faculty executive committee, and yesterday we had one of our bi-weekly meetings, and the dean for medical education came and presented to us, the outcome of the LCME accreditation that happened just in February. And I'm happy to report that we were accredited for 8 more years until 2030. And with a healthy bill for without any monitoring, which is exactly what we were hoping to see happening. But I'm bringing this up to brag a little bit, but especially to let you know how seriously we are talking about the issues that you just brought up. Actually, we are addressing issues of diversity, issues of potentially structural biases and racism, and implicit bias, certainly, and stereotyping and prejudice, and other issues in a very proactive manner. And we, of course, we consult with the students, the medical students, constantly. And that is of critical importance for us, not only for the accreditation, but most importantly, for the quality of care that our graduates are going to be providing, to the populations in need. In UC Davis, we have programs like the Rural Prime, for example, and the San Joaquin Prime, which there is another one called REACH, which are designed to increase the number of primary care physicians that would go back to the areas from where they came from. You know, for example, the San Joaquin Valley Prime is a prime example of this. So what you just mentioned really brightens up for me. It really resonates with me.
Additional questions before I open up for public comment? All right, seeing none, Sean, if you could open up the public comment, please.
Yes, the Q&A box and the hand-raising feature reactivated for anyone wishing to make a public comment.
Perfect.
Also, if you're on the call-in line and you'd like to make a public comment, please press *3. That will effectively raise your hand the same way, and we will call on you in the order they came in. First up here, we have Arnaldo Torres. Arnaldo, your line looks like it's open. You there?
You can hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Well, I wanted to thank you. It's my hope that you'll allow us to come in and make extra comments to you, since I wrote the legislation along with Dr. Cuevas in the year 2000. We took 2 years to research it in 1998, wrote it in 2000, and it was passed in 2002. But because the UC California Schools of Medicine did not want to do the orientation program, which you all approved in 2016, we would not be where we are today. Of the 30 doctors, we have 12 that are practicing already. We have 7 that are in the process of being credentialed. We have 2 that are in the process of getting their visas. So we'll have 2 more coming in October, and the remaining 9 coming in February, early March. We're having some issues with credentialing with the private insurance because the plans have not read the legislation, which allows these doctors to practice in the health plans. To the specific concerns that were raised just a moment ago by the last doctor, who I don't want to make the mistake of misrepresenting or mispronouncing her last name. Quality outcomes are the most important things that we placed on this legislation. We wrote the 7 areas that were to be evaluated. We called for the evaluation by a medical school because we wanted to make sure that no one would ever accuse us of being ethnocentric, that we were somehow bringing in doctors that could not perform at the highest levels and at the legal levels and the standards that were required. That orientation program that you all approved was for the doctors before they come to California, so that they have a better understanding of what the system of care is, not only in California, but within community health centers. Virtually every one of these 30 doctors have already visited our health centers before they actually came in to practice medicine. We made sure that they were all a match in these health centers, that they could work within that setting specifically. In other words, limited ego, high on clinical skills. And that's really what was very important. I want to read to you very quickly from the letter that
30 seconds remain.
Pardon?
30 seconds remain.
Oh, wow. Maybe you can let me go over a little bit, Sean. Your secretary, Ms. Castro Ramirez, actually had a meeting with the 6 doctors in Salinas, along with Senator Caballero. And she wrote in the letter, the time we spent listening to the experiences of the participating physicians helped us understand their journey, the challenges, and the positive impact that this pilot program already has in building stronger relations, improving health outcomes, and alleviating health disparities.
Sorry, but public comments are limited 30 minutes or 33 minutes. Could you please conclude?
Yes, we appreciate that Dr. Gaxioli Aguilar included context. We provided you in writing our concerns about that context. We think he did an excellent job of adding to the presentation. We would ask you to include our comments in the report that you've been given so that everyone can see what we thought of the report. We like the report. We thought that it was fair. We will focus on those issues, but at the
Thank you for your public comment. Next up here we have Dr. Toxicology.
Hello?
Yes, your line's open. Please go
Oh,
ahead.
okay, yeah, so I have a question about this program. I'm still trying to figure out why this program would take professionals from what some people would call the third world or even the second world and bring them to the first world, where in Mexico itself, there are areas such as Oaxaca, Guanajuato, Tepic that actually have bigger primary care shortages. I've spoken to the board before because I'm one of the 149 actual bilingual professionals that were born in South America. Some of our members were born in Central America, the islands. We grew up in this country. And before this program was invented, we were practicing migrant health in Thermal, Coachella, and Borrego Springs 15, 20 years ago. We all had to take step 1, step 2, step 3. We all have MD degrees from either the US or appropriate countries, but the issue is 15, 20 years ago, we were not either offered the residency, like one of our members is a neurosurgeon and he was only offered a residency in pediatrics. Some of us, in my particular case, as I stated before, I went to California Medical School, have the MD PhD degree, had to take a leave of absence because of a divorce of my parents. And somehow that was considered by the residency that I applied to as inconsistent. So I'm only bringing this up to say that, you know, if you made this program maybe case by case, examined all of our credentials, those of us who've already worked in the US system, we're already bilingual, bicultural. Don't let my perfect English accent fool you. I'm fluent in Spanish. That was my first native language. Uh, maybe you could fill in some of these gaps with people already here who had to retrain, jump the hoops, take all the step exams just to be told at the end of the day, you can't get this residency, or you're not qualified to practice here or there because of politics, because of the nature of medicine 15 years ago. So once again, it doesn't make sense to take professionals from third world or second world country, however some people want to see Mexico, which is no different than some of the countries we came from, and put them in a program when you already have people here who have the credentials, speak the language, understand the culture, and we're willing to work.
Okay, thank you for your public comment. Next up here, we have Black Patients Matter. Should be seeing that request on your end.
Yes, thank you. So thank you so much for that very informative talk. I do want to point out that the last time that he was here, he talked about diversity and showed slides, but inexplicably, he didn't mention African American patients. So of course, in the United States, there's a big health disparity, underrepresented minority, a high morbidity, mortality rate amongst African Americans during COVID. So it's a serious subject. And so I would like to have seen him discuss that more in his talk entitled Disparities, Health Disparities. And I was surprised to see that he didn't include Asians. So from what I understand, there are Chinese people in Mexico. Mexicali has the best Chinese food I've ever had. So I think it's a wonderful program. It really serves the rural community where we don't have enough physicians, but I would question their knowledge and experience African American patients. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up here, we have Rosie Arthur's daughter. Rosie, you should be receiving that request.
Hi. Okay. It's interesting that you focused on the Central Coast, because as I was doing my research for this meeting and I was looking at certain statistics regarding overdoses, and this is an area that's been culturally diverse for a long time, but at the same time you have basically two totally diverse populations coexisting and still remaining separate. So in Monterey County, you have the Salinas area that caters more to one group, and then the Monterey city caters to another group, and then you have San Benito County and you have Santa Cruz over there. And they had highlighted that they had, by following the 2016 CDC guidelines, that they had one of the lowest or second lowest overdose rate. Then not 6 months later, they go, whoops, we take that back, because they had 9 overdoses in 1 month. And between the hospitals and the medical groups there's been a lot of controversy over the last 20 or 30 years. And a number of physicians have had discipline during that time too. And there doesn't seem to be any disparity between one group getting better care than another, because one of the things I pointed out in something I wrote was that means didn't matter. How much money you had didn't matter when it came to not getting good health care. And the primary care physician these days, of course, is your gatekeeper. That's one that gets you in. That's one that lets you see a specialist. You have to have that there. And there's just so many things that are happening in medicine, in elsewhere, that make that a very, very difficult position. And there's definitely not enough of them. And a doctor that treated my mother, she was #1 in her class. And the day she turned 65, she was out the door because there was so much pressure, because
30 seconds remain.
The GP has to know everything about all the specialties to be able to make sure they get to the right person and get the right care, because they can't do it anymore, because that's just how the system works now. So it really requires a lot of experience and a willingness to go and investigate beyond that general family practice designation.
Please conclude.
But yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, President Lawson, no additional requests in queue.
Thank you, Sean. And I just wanted to assure Mr. Torres, we did receive your letter with the comments yesterday. It was not yesterday, several days ago, and it was circulated to all board members. So we do have those in our record as part of this item. Are there any further questions or comments from board members? All right, I'm not seeing any. Dr. Aguilar-Gaxiola, I'd like to thank you for your excellent presentation. I'd also just like to thank all of the staff members and all the external stakeholders too who participate in this. It's been a long time for us to get to the point where this is operational. So it's nice to be in this phase of the project at this point. So thank you. With that, we're going to take a 15-minute break. I'll give us a couple extra minutes. So let's just plan to be back here at 3:15 if that works for the group. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much.